The Speaker of the House is out.
The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
Plus, Donald Trump's fraud trial continues in New York.
The New York Attorney General is aiming to prove that Trump inflated his wealth by lying about his real estate empire. She has accused Trump, his two adult sons, and others of inflating asset values over a decade.
And later, high hopes for Kenya's security forces in Haiti. And the cutest political pawns of all time, pandas. Today is Wednesday, October 4th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. We get an update from New York and find out what Donald Trump is no longer allowed to talk about in just a few minutes. Now, though, an update from Washington. For the first time in U.S. history, a Speaker of the House of Representatives, who is second in the presidential line of succession, has been removed from office. Facing a challenge from within his own party, Republican Kevin McCarthy was removed from the position by a vote of 216 to 210. VOA's congressional correspondent Katherine Gibson has more.
An extraordinary moment in American politics. For the first time ever, the leader of the U.S. House of Representatives has been removed from power.
Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
Republican Representative Matt Gaetz forced a vote on removing McCarthy, expressing frustration at McCarthy's leadership after he failed to pass a government funding bill last week with conservative spending priorities. Republican Representative Matt Gaetz.
I think $33 trillion in debt is chaos. I think that facing a $2.2 trillion annual deficit is chaos. I think that not passing single subject spending bills is chaos.
McCarthy told reporters he would not run again for the role of Speaker.
I can continue to fight, maybe in a different manner. I will not run for Speaker again.
But the slim Republican majority in the House meant that Gaetz needed only 8 Republican votes, along with all Democrats, to oust McCarthy, who faced increasing criticism since agreeing to a debt ceiling deal earlier this year with President Joe Biden. Republican Representative Bob Good.
Many of us had begged the Speaker, pleaded with the Speaker repeatedly to utilize the debt ceiling to leverage spending cuts and reforms. But instead, he negotiated an unlimited increase to the debt ceiling.
Although the majority of Republicans voted to keep McCarthy in leadership, Republican Representative Tom Cole.
Think long and hard before you plunge us into chaos, because that's where we're headed if we vacate the speakership.
It was the votes of Democrats uniting to remove McCarthy that made the difference. Democratic Representative Pramila Jayapal.
We are not voting in any way that would help save Speaker McCarthy.
Democratic Representative Annie Kuster.
He is not trustworthy, and I think you can see that within his own caucus, but you can certainly see it the way he's treated us and the American people.
The historic upheaval in the U.S. House comes at a key moment. The short-term government funding deal did not include U.S. aid to Ukraine. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby.
All the House leadership is supportive of continuing to help Ukraine. And the vast majority of House members on the Republican side are in support of continuing to help Ukraine. There's a small number of very vocal, a small minority of vocal members who are pushing back on that, but they don't represent their party, they don't represent their leadership.
U.S. lawmakers will hold elections next week for a new Speaker of the House. Katherine Gibson, VOA News.
It's worth noting here that Matt Gaetz is under investigation from a congressional ethics committee, and McCarthy did not interfere or help him. McCarthy has said that Gaetz's motion to remove him is personal rather than ideological. At least 21 people were killed and 18 injured on Tuesday after a bus carrying tourists crashed off an overpass and caught fire near Venice in northern Italy. The cause of the accident is still unclear, though Venice City Councilor Renato Barrasso said that one line of inquiry was that the driver, a 40-year-old Italian who was among those killed, had become ill before the crash. So far, we know that 5 of the victims were Ukrainians and 1 was German. The bus was also carrying passengers from France and Croatia. The mayor of Venice has called the scene apocalyptic. And here are other stories we're following from around the world. EU Foreign Policy Chief Josep Borrell said on Monday that the bloc remains steadfast in its support for Ukraine, announcing a proposed spending package of up to $5.25 billion for Kyiv in 2024. The World Bank said in its semi-annual regional forecast that it now expects China's economic output to grow to 4.4% in 2024. That's down from the 4.8% it expected in April. The bank cited the persistent weakness of its property sector for the changed outlook. And India has ordered Canada to remove 41 of its 62 diplomats in the country. Tuesday's action by India, first reported by the Financial Times, follows both countries' ousting of each other's senior diplomats 2 weeks ago. The expulsion follows what Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau called credible allegations of Indian involvement in the murder of an Indian expatriate living near the Canadian city of Vancouver. India denies any wrongdoing. The stakes are high for former President Donald Trump. He's in New York, where his civil fraud trial is continuing. The judge has already determined that he did indeed lie and commit fraud on business documents. And on Tuesday, that same judge imposed a gag order after Trump disparaged a court clerk on social media. Reuters' Freddie Joyner has more.
Donald Trump's civil fraud trial entered a second day on Tuesday, a case that could end up dismantling his business empire, as the former U.S. president seeks to re-enter the White House in 2024.
This woman is grossly incompetent.
He renewed his attacks on Letitia James before the day's proceedings. The New York Attorney General is aiming to prove that Trump inflated his wealth by lying about his real estate empire. She has accused Trump, his 2 adult sons, and others of inflating asset values over a decade to ensure favorable bank loans and insurance terms, and exaggerating Trump's own riches by more than $2 billion. Early on, the government's first witness, Donald Bender, Trump's former accountant at Mazars USA, resumed his testimony, revealing that financial statements he prepared for the Trump Organization were largely based on self-reported figures. Meanwhile, the trial judge has already ruled that Trump committed fraud and canceled business certificates for companies that control crown jewels of Trump's portfolio, including Trump Tower and 40 Wall Street in downtown Manhattan. James is seeking at least $250 million in fines, a permanent ban against Trump and his sons Donald Jr. and Eric from running businesses in New York, and a 5-year commercial real estate ban against Trump and the Trump Organization. Trump has denied wrongdoing, and his lawyers have said they will appeal. Later in the day, the judge overseeing the case imposed the gag order after Trump used social media to lash out against the judge's top law clerk.
That's Freddie Joyner of Reuters reporting. From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. Coming up, cute, lovable pandas are caught in the middle of a geopolitical firestorm, and we get a look at a new kind of comic book. Now, though, an update to a story we brought you on Tuesday. Kenyan President William Ruto has welcomed a new resolution approved Monday by the UN Security Council authorizing a foreign security mission to intervene in Haiti. Ruto says he hopes that the so-called multinational security support mission his country is leading will be different from other international interventions in Haiti. VOA's Nairobi bureau chief Miriam Diallo has the story.
In a taped speech shared with the media on Tuesday, Kenyan President William Ruto said he hopes the so-called multinational security support mission, which his country is leading, will make a difference in the lives of Haitians.
I welcome the resolution as an overdue and critical instrument to define the multinational mission. This mission is a fundamental intervention to provide the necessary conditions for Haiti to consolidate its development and governance.
Ruto said it is essential that resources as well as the operational scope available to the UN team be appropriately reinforced. This comes after the UN Security Council voted late Monday to authorize a foreign security mission to intervene in Haiti a year after the Caribbean nation requested help to quell violent gangs. Kenya offered to lead the operation in Haiti 2 months ago, saying it's willing to deploy 1,000 of its police forces. On a recent visit to Kenya, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin lauded the plan.
And we intend to work with the United States Congress to provide up to $100 million in support. And we urge others in the international community to follow Kenya's great example.
Austin was in Nairobi with his Kenyan counterpart, Aden Duale.
Kenya has a very long history of global peacekeeping. We were in Kosovo, we were in Namibia, we were everywhere. We are now in Somalia, we're in DRC. We have our officers in the Tigray monitoring and evaluation mechanism.
But others like Eugene Wamalwa, a former Kenyan defense secretary and the leader of the Democratic Action Party of Kenya, told VOA he has some concerns.
Would expect the process to be transparent. First of all, starting with our National Assembly, our Parliament should approve this. We expected that this matter should also be discussed at the AU before being elevated to the UN. You know, the principle of subsidiarity should apply. But here, we first heard of it during UNGA in New York. Then we had the Americans praising us for offering our troops. We're not even aware we are sending our police officers in harm's way. We have not discussed it. We've not agreed as a country.
UN peacekeepers were deployed to Haiti in 2004 after a rebellion led to the ouster and exile of then-President Jean-Bertrand Aristide. Peacekeeping troops left in 2017 and were replaced by UN police, who left in 2019. Amnesty International Kenya on Tuesday urged the UN member states, other human rights organizations, and citizens to thoroughly examine the mission's human rights and humanitarian implications before the deployment. Meanwhile, Kenyans who spoke to VOA are divided on their police force possibly going to Haiti.
We have a lot of problems, not only in the country, but also in Africa. We have problems in Sudan, we have problems in Somalia, we have security problems in several parts of Africa. If we wanted to solve any problem, security problem, we could have started with home or at least regionally.
It will help to cause them to have peace in that country. Number two, to show that this country is a peaceful country. We can exercise peace in other countries. That is a very powerful thing this country have done. Okay, I support it with 100%.
The mission has been initially approved for 1 year with a review after 9 months. It was not immediately clear when Kenya will deploy its police contingent to Haiti, but senior government officials have suggested it could come as soon as early next year. Mariama Diallo, VOA News, Nairobi.
Comic books, like all writing, are an artifact of their time. They come with all the cultural baggage of the people who wrote them, and in some cases that might mean demeaning stereotypes or simply excluding people altogether. VOA's Genia Delut has the story of some Muslim comic creators who are working to change Islamic stereotypes in American pop culture.
For cosplayer Kaval Rahman, recalibrating Muslim narratives in comics starts with dressing as Jasmine from Aladdin in an outfit more culturally appropriate than some of the costumes from the 1992 animated movie.
During that time period of when Aladdin took place, the clothing, for instance, that Jasmine wore was not something that during that time period would have been appropriate for her to wear.
Shamika Mitchell organized Salam Fandom to celebrate comic creators following Islamic values.
You have video game creators who, in their work, as opposed to killing everybody, maybe you're just stopping them, or you're pausing them, or they get to regrow, but they change a little bit. So you don't have to have the same kind of tropes that you see in contemporary gaming or contemporary fandom.
The comic book series Zindan focuses on a mythical prison that holds the world's worst criminals. Psychiatrist and comic creator Omar Mirza says it is part of countering stereotypes of Muslim characters as villains and terrorists.
We have a group of people that we call the Ansars, and we draw from Islamic history, which, the Ansars were sort of the Prophet's helpers at the time. And so in our story, the Ansars are sort of like this noble group of folks that are tasked with the responsibility to guard this prison, and then also now that the prison has fallen, to be the ones to sort of return those people to justice.
Muslim Pakistani-American teenager Kamala Khan is Marvel's Miss Marvel, who fights for good and battles all kinds of supervillains. The character is a powerful force against Islamophobia, says Muslim anti-racism collaborative director Marguerite Hill.
When we're able to see our heroes in other faces and other cultures, it really helps humanize other people. So instead of making the other and dehumanizing them, when we're relating to them in their stories, we're able to treat them like full human beings. So it's really powerful through storytelling where we can make a difference.
Hill says Miss Marvel helped her own daughter connect with Pakistani classmates and is a strong representation for Muslim girls around the world. Miss Marvel is scheduled to make her big screen debut later this year in the superhero movie The Marvels. Genia Dulo, VOA News, San Diego, California.
At least 37 people, including 2 pregnant women, were burned to death after a blast at an illegal oil refinery in southern Nigeria. Angela Johnston of Reuters reports.
A blast at an illegal oil refinery in southern Nigeria on Monday has killed dozens of people, including 2 pregnant women. That's according to a local security official and community leader. The explosion took place in Rivers State. Illegal refining is common in the country's oil-rich Niger Delta region. Impoverished locals tap pipelines to make fuel to sell for a profit. But the practice is often deadly. Nigeria has tried to clamp down on illegal refineries for years, but without much success. Local environmental groups say part of the problem is that powerfully connected politicians and security officials are involved. Oil theft is one of the factors pushing major companies operating in Nigeria to shift their focus to deep water operations.
That's Reuters' Angela Johnston. For 31 years, Macedonian-born soccer coach Sasho Kuroviski has instilled passion for excellence into the University of Maryland's soccer program. The result is success both on and off the field. VOA's Jane Bojewski reports.
Since his arrival in College Park in 1993, Sasha Kirovsky has transformed the University of Maryland into a national soccer powerhouse. It all started from a small village in North Macedonia near the city of Tetovo.
So this is my mother, Ljubica, and my father, Trpe, took the picture. My brother, Vancho, that's myself, and my sister, Diana. And we're all still very close.
He emigrated from Macedonia at the age of 8 and grew up in Ontario, Canada. He accepted a scholarship from the University of Wisconsin to study and play soccer. It changed his life.
When my career as a player ended early because there was no place to play professional soccer when I left college, the North American Soccer League folded. I quickly immersed myself in developing my skill set. So I have a master's degree in business. I took all of the coaching licenses I could, and I became a top young coach.
Money's push up and in! And at the top is where he has remained.
In 30 years, we've been almost 9 times to the Final Four, which is the semifinal and finals weekend. We've won 3 national championships. That's the most of anybody during the time I've coached in college. So I think we're doing a pretty good job, but the standard is very, very high.
Just kicked it out of bounds. It's a throw-in. There's nothing there. His life is soccer. On the weekends, Kirovsky is watching highlights of major soccer league teams around the world, and he says he has high hopes for the Major League Soccer in the U.S.
the fact that we've been able to attract players like Beckham and Zlatan and now obviously Wayne Rooney and now Messi coming over here. 6 months after he wins a World Cup, he's playing in the U.S. That's a statement of intent that not only is this a great country to live in, but the quality of soccer or football is improving, and it's very, very high.
In 3 decades, Kirovski has built a sterling reputation in soccer, but it's not all work for the coach. At the end of the match, an inevitable part is a delicious ice cream made in his honor. Jana Bojacijewski, VOA News, Washington.
And finally today, pandas have become the cutest and cuddliest pawns in Washington's diplomatic tensions with Beijing. In fact, China could be taking its pandas away from the U.S. as a political statement. AP correspondent Tiffany Wong reports.
The 3 pandas at the National Zoo are set to return to China in early December, and the only pandas left in the U.S. at the Atlanta Zoo will go late next year. China shows no signs of renewing the 50-year-old exchange agreement, and Dennis Wilder for the Initiative for U.S.-China Dialogue on Global Issues at Georgetown University says it can be a punitive measure from Beijing.
Now, the Chinese are angry with us. They're angry over the semiconductor restrictions, the number of sanctions that the Biden administration has placed on Chinese individuals, problems Chinese have now getting visas to the United States. So it could well be possible that they're trying to send a signal.
I'm Tiffany Wong.
And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
It is a moment of unprecedented momentum for the relationship between the United States and Mexico, declared Secretary of State Antony Blinken following the recent U.S.-Mexico high-level economic dialogue. Today, Mexico is the United States' largest trading partner.
Our 2 countries have a shared vision for our economic future, one that's defined by fair competition, openness, transparency, measuring prosperity not only by how much countries grow, but by how many people share in that growth. By creating the right incentives and business environments and harnessing our 2 nations' respective strengths, we have a tremendous opportunity to make North America the most competitive, the most productive, the most dynamic region in the world.
The United States and Mexico plan to continue to strengthen, expand, and diversify supply chains in industries like electric vehicles and semiconductors, said Secretary Blinken.
We're launching a joint semiconductor action plan to accelerate our integration, to scale our efforts to attract new investment. Under President Biden's leadership, we're building regional clean energy technologies and semiconductor supply chains through the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act that will drive our economies through this century.
The U.S. and Mexico are taking steps to improve border coordination, including ways to streamline inspections and reduce wait times, making it easier for people and goods to cross legally while barring fentanyl and other illegal narcotics. We're also addressing the root causes of irregular migration by boosting economic opportunity, said Secretary Blinken.
In southern Mexico, in northern Central America, our development agencies, USAID and AMICID, are supporting 50,000 students, farmers, and others with jobs, with training, with access to markets and capital. When people can make a living, they're less likely to undertake the very dangerous and hazardous journey north.
The U.S. and Mexico are collaborating to ensure that workers on both sides of the border are prepared to succeed in the industries of the future. This includes partnerships like the one between Arizona State University and the National Technological Institute of Mexico, offering Mexican students an 8-week English for the Semiconductor Industry course. By further deepening our economic integration, said Secretary Blinken, I am confident that we'll continue to realize the extraordinary common potential that a vibrant U.S.-Mexico partnership offers.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
On the show today, violence and diplomacy both continue in the Middle East.
We are in touch with our Israeli counterparts. We're in touch with the United Nations to help secure the necessary supplies of food, water, and medicine to the citizens of Gaza, those Palestinians who have nothing to do with the barbaric terrorists who carried out this attack.
Plus, the latest from the House of Representatives.
Unable to pass any legislation sending aid to Israel or Ukraine until lawmakers hold a full floor vote next week.
And later, news from Afghanistan after another deadly earthquake and election results in Poland. Today is Monday, October 16th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. A close-up look at Israel's Iron Dome defense system in a few minutes, but we begin today with the latest on the fighting and the diplomacy in the Middle East. The United States has renewed calls to ensure that innocent civilians fleeing the Israel-Hamas war are protected and have their basic needs met. Separately, concerns about a wider regional conflict are leading an American senator to issue a strong warning against Iran and the Lebanon-based militia Hezbollah. VOA's Veronica Balderas-Iglesias has that story.
The Israel Defense Forces have underscored their determination to destroy Hamas in its entirety, following the militant group's deadly incursion into Israel on October 7. They also renewed calls for Palestinian civilians to evacuate the northern part of Gaza before strikes by Israel intensify. The IDF's spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner, was interviewed on ABC.
We are seeing that people are actually evacuating. Indeed, we would like to see the humanitarian organizations assisting in the evacuation of people for the welfare of people and not side with Hamas telling them not to evacuate.
With more than 1 million Palestinian civilians potentially trying to move out of harm's way, the United States is working with its partners to ensure the humanitarian needs of the displaced are being met, said White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on ABC's This Week.
We are in touch with our Israeli counterparts. We're in touch with the United Nations to help secure the necessary supplies of food, water, and medicine to the citizens of Gaza, those Palestinians who have nothing to do with the barbaric terrorists who carried out this attack.
The exchange of fire continued over the weekend at the Israeli border with Lebanon, where the Iran-backed militia Hezbollah operates. Republican Lindsey Graham, who plans to visit the region in the coming days with a bipartisan group of U.S. senators, issued a strong warning against Tehran and its allies, intending to play a more active role in the conflict.
If Hezbollah, which is a proxy of Iran, launches a massive attack on Israel, I will consider that a threat to the state of Israel, existential in nature. I will introduce a resolution in the United States Senate to allow military action by the United States in conjunction with Israel to knock Iran out of the oil business. Iran, if you escalate this war, we're coming for you.
Meanwhile, as part of a regional tour aimed at diffusing tensions, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met Sunday with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. They both agreed on the importance of ensuring assistance to the Palestinian civilians fleeing the war, according to spokesperson Matthew Miller. Blinken is expected to travel again to Israel on Monday for further consultations. Veronica Balderas-Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
A little more on the diplomacy angle. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken continued his diplomatic push across 7 nations in the Middle East, trying to stop the conflict from spreading, and he reached out to his Chinese counterpart. VOA's senior diplomatic correspondent Cindy Sain reports.
1 week after the brutal attacks by Hamas militants on Israel, Israeli forces massed along the border with Gaza after warning residents of Gaza City to leave so that they can destroy Hamas operating capacity. The United Nations and other international organizations warned that water is running out in Gaza and that asking some 1 million people to evacuate from northern Gaza in the middle of a war zone is dangerous and in some cases impossible. Amid the tensions, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken visited the United Arab Emirates as part of a 7-country tour to try to stop the violence from spreading. Blinken toured Abu Dhabi's Abrahamic Family House, an interfaith complex that opened in February, housing a mosque, a church, and a synagogue. Blinken signed a tile on the wall with the words, "Light in the Darkness." Earlier in the day, Blinken held talks with his Saudi counterpart in Riyadh. He again stressed that there can be no more business as usual with Hamas after the atrocities committed against Israeli civilians.
Hamas is not representative of the Palestinian people or their legitimate aspirations for the future. Hamas is a terrorist group. Its only agenda is to destroy the state of Israel and to murder Jews. And it's important that the entire world see it as such.
The Saudi foreign minister said it is important to condemn the targeting of civilians in any form at any time by anyone. Prince Faisal bin Farhan, Saudi foreign minister.
We need to work together to find a way out of this cycle of violence. This is something that we really, really need to focus on without a concerted effort to end this constant return to violence. It will always be the civilians that suffer first. It will always be civilians on both sides that end up paying the price.
Iran's foreign minister, Hossein Amir Abdullahian, called on Israel Saturday to stop its attacks on Gaza, warning that the war might expand to other parts of the Middle East if Hezbollah joins the battle, in what would make Israel suffer what he called a huge earthquake. The State Department said Blinken also reached out to his Chinese counterpart, Wang Yi, on Saturday and had a 1-hour phone conversation, emphasizing that it is in everyone's interest to do everything possible to keep the conflict from spilling over into other countries. Cindy Sain, VOA News.
And here are some other stories we're following from around the world. Poland's incumbent Law and Justice Party was narrowly ahead in Sunday's general election, exit polls showed, but the liberal opposition appears to have secured a majority, raising the possibility of an end to 8 years of nationalist rule. If the outcome is confirmed by official results, the vote would mark a massive turnaround for Warsaw. The search continued on Sunday for the 167 people still missing after a boat capsized on the Congo River in the northwestern Democratic Republic of Congo on Friday. At least 30 people are known to have drowned. And Taylor Swift is setting records again. Her Eras Tour movie has earned over $95 million in its opening weekend, making it the largest grossing concert film of all time, and it's only been in the theater since Thursday.
Oh, look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Look what you just made me do. Look what you just made me. Oh, look what you made me do. Look what you made me do.
Missiles continue to fall on southern Israel as Israeli troops gather at the border for an anticipated incursion into Gaza. VOA's Celia Mendoza is there.
I am Celia Mendoza reporting from Sderot, Israel, on the border with Gaza, where today I am witnessing the Iron Dome in action after missiles fired from Gaza to Israel were intercepted by the sophisticated system. Hamas has maintained the capability to launch these strikes even after the constant shelling by the Israel Defense Forces. The Israeli government has cut off access to Gaza of electricity, water, food, and gas, leaving the civilians in a dire situation, according to the United Nations. The UN is warning against the strategy implemented in Gaza by Israel. As I left Sderot, the sound of explosions continued and thousands of troops are gathering along the border with Gaza in an area that has been evacuated. I am Celia Mendoza from Sderot, Israel, for Voice of America.
In Celia's report, we heard about the Iron Dome defense system in Israel, but what is it and how does it work? VOA's Rick Pantaleo spoke with missile defense expert Professor Dinshaw Mistry from the University of Cincinnati.
So the Iron Dome is one layer of a multi-layer missile defense system, and it is the layer designed for the shortest range incoming rockets a range of about 2 to 40 miles. And then there are other layers of missile defense, such as the David sling and the arrow, that defend against rockets coming in from greater ranges. So that's the short definition of the system.
And what does it do? I understand that it has intercepted 90% of projectiles fired toward Israel since it was attacked by surprise by Hamas.
That is right. It has a fairly good interception rate of 90%, and it's been used since about 2012. So Hamas fired rockets in 2012, 2014, 2018, 2021, and in each of those incidents, the Iron Dome intercepted over 90%.
Who developed and constructed it?
So it was originally developed by an Israeli company, the Rafael Air Defense System. And over the past few years, it's also been co-produced by Raytheon in Arizona.
Why and how does the United States fund the Iron Dome?
Well, the U.S. funds Iron Dome as part of the defense aid to Israel. And since 2012, we've given approximately $3 billion for the Iron Dome system.
And has there been much debate regarding the U.S. support of it in Congress?
Yeah, so Congress is fully supportive of the system, and in part because it is very effective in addressing the threat of incoming rockets.
And if it's such a wonderful missile deterrent, why doesn't Ukraine have access to its use with its war with Russia?
So this is a good question. Ukraine has requested it. Israel has held back on supplying this to Ukraine in part for political considerations, its relationship with Russia, but also because it does not want Russia to get a hold of that technology in case Russia captures it in any military operations in Ukraine.
Since the U.S. plays a role in its development and construction, does the U.S. have access to this technology?
Yes, the U.S. does have access. It does co-produce this. Raytheon co-produces it. And the U.S. Army has also purchased a few batteries of this missile defense system.
And finally, Professor, what is this new iron beam system that's supposed to work in tandem with the Iron Dome?
So the new iron beam is currently undergoing research and development. It should be operational within a year, and it is designed to intercept rockets at even shorter ranges than the Iron Dome. So, in fact, it would complement the Iron Dome.
Thank you very much for taking my questions today, Professor Dinshaw Mistry, a professor in the Department of Political Science at the University of Cincinnati in Ohio.
Thank you, Rick.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. Still to come on the program, a look at the dysfunction inside the U.S. House of Representatives and an answer in Saturday's referendum in Australia to include native peoples in the country's constitution. But before any of that, there's been another powerful earthquake in Afghanistan. This latest disaster follows a pair of strong earthquakes and aftershocks that recently killed thousands of people. VOA's Arash Arabasadi has more.
Afghans are once again bringing their injured to hospitals as the country suffers its third magnitude 6.3 earthquake in just over a week. The U.S. Geological Survey says the quake's epicenter was about 34 kilometers outside the provincial capital, Herat. Authorities report a handful of people dead and at least 150 injured, according to the head of the emergency relief team, who cautioned that those numbers may rise as rescuers reach more affected areas. Some in Herat had already been sleeping in tents following last week's earthquakes that killed thousands and leveled buildings. They say they don't feel safe returning home. Herat resident Barat Ali speaking with Reuters.
We have been staying on the road for the last 5 or 6 days since the first quake struck because our homes are not strong enough. So we came out living here for fear of more quakes.
The United Nations says aid deliveries have been underway as of midweek, but they fall far short of Afghanistan's needs. Head of Communications for the UN's World Food Program, Philippe Kropf.
This is a disaster on top of a disaster on top of a disaster on top of a disaster. Currently, we have 15 million people who do not know where their next meal will come from. And the World Food Program is only able to support 3 million people due to a massive funding shortfall. So we're really calling on the international community to support the Afghan people, stand in solidarity, and also support the World Food Program.
Despite budget shortfalls, the UN says it may consider cash distributions in the coming weeks. Afghanistan's healthcare system widely relies on foreign aid, which has been drying up since the Taliban took control more than 2 years ago. Arash Arabasadi, VOA News.
Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives have nominated conservative Jim Jordan from Ohio on Friday in a chaotic third day of attempting to elect a Speaker of the House. As VOA's congressional correspondent Catherine Gibson reports, Jordan needs substantially more support to win a full floor vote, expected for this Tuesday, to become the person who will be second in the presidential line of succession.
The U.S. House of Representatives at a standstill, unable to pass any legislation sending aid to Israel or Ukraine until lawmakers hold a full floor vote next week to decide if conservative Republican Jim Jordan will become Speaker.
I think I can unite the conference. I think I can go tell the country what we're doing and why it matters to them.
Jordan won the Republican conference vote 124-81 in a secret ballot. He now has several days to build support to get to the 217 votes he needs to be elected. George Washington University's Casey Burgat.
The problem is that what satisfies one doesn't satisfy the other. And in that instance, you end up making a lot of different promises to other people, which can upset some of the other folks in the party. And so this is why it's always been a very fine line to walk for a potential speaker, and why we've already seen one kicked out of his office already.
Jordan, a 9-term congressman known for his investigations into the Biden administration, earned the endorsement of Kevin McCarthy, who was removed from power as Speaker of the House in a historic vote last week.
And I think Jim Jordan could do an excellent job.
Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is expected to win the support of all 212 Democrats when the decision goes to a full House floor vote.
House Republicans have just elected a Speaker nominee who in 16 years in this Congress hasn't passed a single bill, because his focus has not been on the American people. His focus has been on peddling lies and conspiracy theories and driving division amongst the American people.
Some Democrats have suggested a power-sharing agreement to reach the 217 needed for election. Republicans are also exploring giving temporary Speaker of the House, Patrick McHenry, more permanent powers to pass legislation for a period of several weeks. Casey Burgat.
With 218 votes, with a majority in the House, you can do almost anything, including change the rules, create new precedents. So if they did want to empower him, the Speaker pro tem, McHenry or otherwise, into basically a speaker in waiting kind of position, they could do that.
The House is expected to return to Washington for the full floor vote Monday. Catherine Gibson, VOA News.
And finally today, following up on a story we first brought you last week. On Saturday, Australia decisively rejected a proposal to recognize Indigenous people in the Constitution. It's seen as a major setback to the country's efforts for reconciliation with its First Peoples. Reuters' Ilan Rubens has the story.
Australians had to vote yes or no in the referendum on the question of whether to alter the Constitution to recognise Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people through the creation of an Indigenous advisory body, the Voice to Parliament. Australia's Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese.
At the outset, I want to say that while tonight's result is not one that I had hoped for, I absolutely respect the decision of the Australian people and the democratic process that has delivered it.
Australian media projected that at least 4 states would vote against altering the 122-year-old constitution. including New South Wales, Tasmania, Queensland and South Australia. A successful referendum requires at least 4 of the 6 states to vote in favour, along with national majority. Because of Australia's time zones, voting in Western Australia was still underway as it became clear the referendum was lost. Emotions ran high in the Yes campaign camp. Auntie Shirley Lomas is an Indigenous leader.
I imagine today most of the visceral voters would have voted no, and that's because of an ingrained and deep-seated fear, and they wouldn't use their intellect to vote yes.
Australia's Indigenous citizens, who make up 3.8% of the country's 26 million population, have inhabited the land for about 60,000 years, but are not mentioned in the Constitution. They are, by most socio-economic measures, the most disadvantaged people in the country. Many Indigenous people favoured the change, but some said it was a distraction from achieving practical and positive outcomes. The political opposition has criticised the measure, saying it is divisive, would be ineffective and would slow government decision-making.
That's Reuters' Ilan Rubin's reporting. And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
The relationship with China is arguably the most consequential and the most complex of any that we have, said U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken during a conversation at Rice University in Houston, Texas. China, said Secretary Blinken, has the military, economic, and diplomatic means to pose a challenge to the current understanding of the rules of the road.
We don't shy away from the notion that we're in an intense competition. And as Americans, there's nothing wrong, and in fact, in many ways, everything right with competition, as long as it's fair and as long as we are properly resourced to succeed in that competition.
There are 2 foundations the Biden administration has put in place to deal with the challenges posed by China, Secretary Blinken said.
It starts at home, because our strength at home goes directly to our ability to have a strong standing around the world and to deal with competition from other states. The investments that we've been able to make over the past 2.5 years, truly historic in nature. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, the CHIPS and Science Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, which goes to 21st century climate technology and energy technology. This is a demonstration that America is determined to compete and America is determined to lead.
The second foundation is to work with other countries to build what Secretary Blinken calls convergence.
There's tremendous power in that convergence of approaches, because just take economic issues where we have differences with China. If it's only the United States that is opposing something that China's doing, well, that's significant, but we're 20% of world GDP. If we're aligned with European partners, with key partners in Asia, Japan, Korea, Australia, India, suddenly we're 50 or 60% of world GDP. And that is a weight that no country, including China, can ignore.
There are also areas where the United States is directly contesting China's activities, and Secretary Blinken said, "We will do whatever we have to do." However, he stressed the United States and China do have overlapping interests where there is opportunity for cooperation, including climate change, global health, and non-proliferation. I don't think these things are in contradiction, said Secretary Blinken, but the common denominator is approaching each of them from a position of strength.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
On the show today, violence and diplomacy both continue in the Middle East.
We are in touch with our Israeli counterparts. We're in touch with the United Nations to help secure the necessary supplies of food, water, and medicine to the citizens of Gaza, those Palestinians who have nothing to do with the barbaric terrorists who carried out this attack.
Plus, the latest from the House of Representatives.
Unable to pass any legislation sending aid to Israel or Ukraine until lawmakers hold a full floor vote next week.
And later, news from Afghanistan after another deadly earthquake and election results in Poland. Today is Monday, October 16th, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. A close-up look at Israel's Iron Dome defense system in a few minutes, but we begin today with the latest on the fighting and the diplomacy in the Middle East. The United States has renewed calls to ensure that innocent civilians fleeing the Israel-Hamas war are protected and have their basic needs met. Separately, concerns about a wider regional conflict are leading an American senator to issue a strong warning against Iran and the Lebanon-based militia Hezbollah. VOA's Veronica Balderas-Iglesias has that story.
The Israel Defense Forces have underscored their determination to destroy Hamas in its entirety, following the militant group's deadly incursion into Israel on October 7. They also renewed calls for Palestinian civilians to evacuate the northern part of Gaza before strikes by Israel intensify. The IDF's spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner, was interviewed on ABC.
We are seeing that people are actually evacuating. Indeed, we would like to see the humanitarian organizations assisting in the evacuation of people for the welfare of people and not side with Hamas telling them not to evacuate.
With more than 1 million Palestinian civilians potentially trying to move out of harm's way, the United States is working with its partners to ensure the humanitarian needs of the displaced are being met, said White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on ABC's This Week.
We are in touch with our Israeli counterparts. We're in touch with the United Nations to help secure the necessary supplies of food, water, and medicine to the citizens of Gaza, those Palestinians who have nothing to do with the barbaric terrorists who carried out this attack.
The exchange of fire continued over the weekend at the Israeli border with Lebanon, where the Iran-backed militia Hezbollah operates. Republican Lindsey Graham, who plans to visit the region in the coming days with a bipartisan group of U.S. senators, issued a strong warning against Tehran and its allies, intending to play a more active role in the conflict.
If Hezbollah, which is a proxy of Iran, launches a massive attack on Israel, I will consider that a threat to the state of Israel, existential in nature. I will introduce a resolution in the United States Senate to allow military action by the United States in conjunction with Israel to knock Iran out of the oil business. Iran, if you escalate this war, we're coming for you.
Meanwhile, as part of a regional tour aimed at diffusing tensions, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met Sunday with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. They both agreed on the importance of ensuring assistance to the Palestinian civilians fleeing the war, according to spokesperson Matthew Miller. Blinken is expected to travel again to Israel on Monday for further consultations. Veronica Balderas-Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
A little more on the diplomacy angle. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken continued his diplomatic push across 7 nations in the Middle East, trying to stop the conflict from spreading, and he reached out to his Chinese counterpart. VOA's senior diplomatic correspondent Cindy Sain reports.
1 week after the brutal attacks by Hamas militants on Israel, Israeli forces massed along the border with Gaza after warning residents of Gaza City to leave so that they can destroy Hamas operating capacity. The United Nations and other international organizations warned that water is running out in Gaza and that asking some 1 million people to evacuate from northern Gaza in the middle of a war zone is dangerous and in some cases impossible. Amid the tensions, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken visited the United Arab Emirates as part of a 7-country tour to try to stop the violence from spreading. Blinken toured Abu Dhabi's Abrahamic Family House, an interfaith complex that opened in February, housing a mosque, a church, and a synagogue. Blinken signed a tile on the wall with the words, "Light in the Darkness." Earlier in the day, Blinken held talks with his Saudi counterpart in Riyadh. He again stressed that there can be no more business as usual with Hamas after the atrocities committed against Israeli civilians.
Hamas is not representative of the Palestinian people or their legitimate aspirations for the future. Hamas is a terrorist group. Its only agenda is to destroy the state of Israel and to murder Jews. And it's important that the entire world see it as such.
The Saudi foreign minister said it is important to condemn the targeting of civilians in any form at any time by anyone. Prince Faisal bin Farhan, Saudi foreign minister.
We need to work together to find a way out of this cycle of violence. This is something that we really, really need to focus on. Without a concerted effort to end this constant return to violence, it will always be the civilians that suffer first. It will always be civilians on both sides that end up paying the price.
Iran's foreign minister, Hossein Amir Abdullahian, called on Israel Saturday to stop its attacks on Gaza, warning that the war might expand to other parts of the Middle East if Hezbollah joins the battle, in what would make Israel suffer what he called a huge earthquake. The State Department said Blinken also reached out to his Chinese counterpart, Wang Yi, on Saturday and had a 1-hour phone conversation, emphasizing that it is in everyone's interest to do everything possible to keep the conflict from spilling over into other countries. Cindy Sain, VOA News.
And here are some other stories we're following from around the world. Poland's incumbent Law and Justice Party was narrowly ahead in Sunday's general election, exit polls showed, but the liberal opposition appears to have secured a majority, raising the possibility of an end to 8 years of nationalist rule. If the outcome is confirmed by official results, the vote would mark a massive turnaround for Warsaw. The search continued on Sunday for the 167 people still missing after a boat capsized on the Congo River in the northwestern Democratic Republic of Congo on Friday. At least 30 people are known to have drowned. And Taylor Swift is setting records again. Her Eras Tour movie has earned over $95 million in its opening weekend, making it the largest grossing concert film of all time, and it's only been in the theater since Thursday.
Oh, look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Look what you just made me do. Look what you just made me. Oh, look what you made me do. Look what you made me do.
Missiles continue to fall on southern Israel as Israeli troops gather at the border for an anticipated incursion into Gaza. VOA's Celia Mendoza is there.
I am Celia Mendoza reporting from Sderot, Israel, on the border with Gaza, where today I am witnessing the Iron Dome in action after missiles fired from Gaza to Israel were intercepted by the sophisticated system. Hamas has maintained the capability to launch these strikes even after the constant shelling by the Israel Defense Forces. The Israeli government has cut off access to Gaza of electricity, water, food, and gas, leaving the civilians in a dire situation, according to the United Nations. The UN is warning against the strategy implemented in Gaza by Israel. As I left Sderot, the sound of explosions continued and thousands of troops are gathering along the border with Gaza in an area that has been evacuated. I am Celia Mendoza from Esderot, Israel, for Voice of America.
In Celia's report, we heard about the Iron Dome defense system in Israel, but what is it and how does it work? VOA's Rick Pantaleo spoke with missile defense expert Professor Dinshaw Mistry from the University of Cincinnati.
So the Iron Dome is one layer of a multi-layer missile defense system, and it is the layer designed for the shortest range incoming rockets, a range of about 2 to 40 miles. And then there are other layers of missile defense, such as the David Sling and the Arrow, that defend against rockets coming in from greater ranges. So that's the short definition of the system.
And what does it do? I understand that it has intercepted 90% of projectiles fired toward Israel since it was attacked by surprise by Hamas.
That is right. It has a fairly good interception rate of 90%, and it's been used since about 2012. So Hamas fired rockets in 2012, 2014, 2018, 2021, and in each of those incidents, the Iron Dome intercepted over 90%.
Who developed and constructed it?
So it was originally developed by an Israeli company, the Rafael Air Defense System. And over the past few years, it's also been co-produced by Raytheon in Arizona.
Why and how does the United States fund the Iron Dome?
Well, the U.S. funds Iron Dome as part of a defense aid to Israel. And since 2012, we've given approximately $3 billion for the Iron Dome system.
And has there been much debate regarding the U.S. support of it in Congress?
Yeah, so Congress is fully supportive of the system, and in part because it is very effective in addressing the threat of incoming rockets.
And if it's such a wonderful missile deterrent, why doesn't Ukraine have access to its use with its war with Russia?
So this is a good question. Ukraine has requested it. Israel has held back on supplying this to Ukraine in part for political considerations, its relationship with Russia, but also because it does not want Russia to get a hold of that technology in case Russia captures it in any military operations in Ukraine.
Since the U.S. plays a role in its development and construction, does the U.S. have access to this technology?
Yes, the U.S. does have access. It does co-produce this. Raytheon co-produces it. And the U.S. Army has also purchased a few batteries of this missile defense system.
And finally, Professor, what is this new iron beam system that's supposed to work in tandem with the Iron Dome?
So the new iron beam is currently undergoing research and development. It should be operational within a year, and it is designed to intercept rockets at even shorter ranges than the Iron Dome. So, in fact, it would complement the Iron Dome.
Thank you very much for taking my questions today, Professor Dinshaw Mistry, a professor in the Department of Political Science at the University of Cincinnati in Ohio.
Thank you, Rick.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. Still to come on the program, a look at the dysfunction inside the U.S. House of Representatives and an answer in Saturday's referendum in Australia to include Native peoples in the country's constitution. But before any of that, there's been another powerful earthquake in Afghanistan. This latest disaster follows a pair of strong earthquakes and aftershocks that recently killed thousands of people. VOA's Arash Arabasadi has more.
Afghans are once again bringing their injured to hospitals as the country suffers its third magnitude 6.3 earthquake in just over a week. The U.S. Geological Survey says the quake's epicenter was about 34 kilometers outside the provincial capital, Herat. Authorities report a handful of people dead and at least 150 injured, according to the head of the emergency relief team, who cautioned those numbers may rise as rescuers reach more affected areas. Some in Herat had already been sleeping in tents following last week's earthquakes that killed thousands and leveled buildings. They say they don't feel safe returning home. Herat resident Barat Ali speaking with Reuters.
We have been staying on the road for the last 5 or 6 days since the first quake struck because our homes are not strong enough. So we came out living here for fear of more quakes.
The United Nations says aid deliveries have been underway as of midweek, but they fall far short of Afghanistan's needs. Head of communications for the UN's World Food Program, Philippe Kropf.
This is a disaster on top of a disaster on top of a disaster on top of a disaster. Currently, we have 15 million people who do not know where their next meal will come from. And the World Food Program is only able to support 3 million people due to a massive funding shortfall. So we're really calling on the international community to support the Afghan people, stand in solidarity, and also support the World Food Program.
Despite budget shortfalls, the UN says it may consider cash distributions in the coming weeks. Afghanistan's healthcare system widely relies on foreign aid, which has been drying up since the Taliban took control more than 2 years ago. Arash Arabasadi, VOA News.
Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives have nominated conservative Jim Jordan from Ohio on Friday in a chaotic third day of attempting to elect a Speaker of the House. As VOA's congressional correspondent Katherine Gibson reports, Jordan needs substantially more support to win a full floor vote, expected for this Tuesday, to become the person who will be second in the presidential line of succession.
The U.S. House of Representatives at a standstill, unable to pass any legislation sending aid to Israel or Ukraine until lawmakers hold a full floor vote next week to decide if conservative Republican Jim Jordan will become Speaker.
I think I can unite the conference. I think I can go tell the country what we're doing and why it matters to them.
Jordan won the Republican conference vote 124-81 in a secret ballot. He now has several days to build support to get to the 217 votes he needs to be elected. George Washington University's Casey Burgat.
The problem is that what satisfies one doesn't satisfy the other. And in that instance, you end up making a lot of different promises to other people, which can upset some of the other folks in the party. And so this is why it's always been a very fine line to walk for a potential speaker, and why we've already seen one kicked out of his office already.
Jordan, a 9-term congressman known for his investigations into the Biden administration, earned the endorsement of Kevin McCarthy, who was removed from power as Speaker of the House in a historic vote last week.
And I think Jim Jordan could do an excellent job.
Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is expected to win the support of all 212 Democrats when the decision goes to a full House floor vote.
House Republicans have just elected a Speaker nominee who in 16 years in this Congress hasn't passed a single bill, because his focus has not been on the American people. His focus has been on peddling lies and conspiracy theories and driving division amongst the American people.
Some Democrats have suggested a power-sharing agreement to reach the 217 needed for election. Republicans are also exploring giving temporary Speaker of the House, Patrick McHenry, more permanent powers to pass legislation for a period of several weeks. Casey Burgat.
With 218 votes, with a majority in the House, you can do almost anything, including change the rules, create new precedents. So if they did want to empower him, the Speaker pro tem, McHenry or otherwise, into basically a speaker in waiting kind of position, they could do that.
The House is expected to return to Washington for the full floor vote Monday. Katherine Gibson, VOA News.
And finally today, following up on a story we first brought you last week. On Saturday, Australia decisively rejected a proposal to recognize Indigenous people in the Constitution. It's seen as a major setback to the country's efforts for reconciliation with its First Peoples. Reuters' Ilan Rubens has the story.
Australians had to vote yes or no in the referendum on the question of whether to alter the Constitution to recognise Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people through the creation of an Indigenous advisory body, the Voice to Parliament. Australia's Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese.
At the outset, I want to say that while tonight's result is not one that I had hoped for, I absolutely respect the decision of the Australian people and the democratic process that has delivered it.
Australian media projected that at least 4 states would vote against altering the 122-year-old constitution, including New South Wales, Tasmania, Queensland and South Australia. A successful referendum requires at least 4 of the 6 states to vote in favour, along with national majority. Because of Australia's time zones, voting in Western Australia was still underway as it became clear the referendum was lost. Emotions ran high in the Yes campaign camp. Auntie Shirley Lomas is an Indigenous leader.
I imagine today most of the visceral voters would have voted no, and that's because of the ingrained and deep-seated fear, and they wouldn't use their intellect to vote yes.
Australia's Indigenous citizens, who make up 3.8% of the country's 26 million population, have inhabited the land for about 60,000 years, but are not mentioned in the Constitution. They are, by most socio-economic measures, the most disadvantaged people in the country. Many Indigenous people favoured the change, but some said it was a distraction from achieving practical and positive outcomes. The political opposition has criticised the measure, saying it is divisive, would be ineffective and would slow government decision-making.
That's Reuters' Alon Rubens reporting. And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
The relationship with China is arguably the most consequential and the most complex of any that we have, said U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken during a conversation at Rice University in Houston, Texas. China, said Secretary Blinken, has the military, economic, and diplomatic means to pose a challenge to the current understanding of the rules of the road.
We don't shy away from the notion that we're in an intense competition. And as Americans, there's nothing wrong, and in fact, in many ways, everything right with competition, as long as it's fair and as long as we are properly resourced to succeed in that competition.
There are 2 foundations the Biden administration has put in place to deal with the challenges posed by China, Secretary Blinken said.
It starts at home, because our strength at home goes directly to our ability to have a strong standing around the world and to deal with competition from other states. The investments that we've been able to make over the past 2.5 years, truly historic in nature. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, the Chips and Science Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, which goes to 21st century climate technology and energy technology. This is a demonstration that America is determined to compete and America is determined to lead.
The second foundation is to work with other countries to build what Secretary Blinken calls convergence.
There's tremendous power in that convergence of approaches, because just take economic issues where we have differences with China. If it's only the United States that is opposing something that China's doing, well, that's significant, but we're 20% of world GDP. If we're aligned with European partners, with key partners in Asia, Japan, Korea, Australia, India, suddenly we're 50 or 60% of world GDP. And that is a weight that no country, including China, can ignore.
There are also areas where the United States is directly contesting China's activities, and Secretary Blinken said, "We will do whatever we have to do." However, he stressed the United States and China do have overlapping interests where there is opportunity for cooperation, including climate change, global health, and non-proliferation. "I don't think these things are in contradiction," said Secretary Blinken, but the common denominator is approaching each of them from a position of strength.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
Good morning, Africa. Welcome to Daybreak Africa from the Voice of America. I'm Douglas Impuga in Washington. Today is Wednesday, October 4th, and here are some of the stories we are covering. The World Health Organization approves the second malaria vaccine.
This mission is a fundamental intervention to provide the necessary conditions for Haiti to consolidate its development and governance.
Kenyan President William Ruto welcomes a new UN Security Council resolution authorizing a foreign security mission to intervene in Haiti.
Joseph Beti Asomo is Cameroon's defense minister.
Son Excellence Monsieur Paul Biya, Président de la République du Cameroun.
Asomo says Chadian President Mahamat Idris Deby Itno and his Cameroonian counterpart Paul Biya have ordered militaries of the two states to jointly monitor and protect their borders from violence perpetrated by the Islamist radicals and armed gangs.
And defense ministers and security experts from Cameroon and Chad meet in the Cameroonian capital Yaoundé to map out ways of jointly combating growing security threats along their border. Those and more coming up on Daybreak Africa. For the first time in U.S. history, lawmakers voted Tuesday to remove the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives from power. Republican Kevin McCarthy was removed from his position as Speaker in a 2016-2010 vote triggered by a rare challenge from his own party. Republican Representative Matt Gaetz filed a motion late Monday to force a vote on removing McCarthy, expressing frustration with his leadership after McCarthy failed to pass a government funding bill last week with conservative spending priorities. The slim Republican majority in the House meant that Gaetz needed only a handful of Republicans to vote along with Democrats to oust McCarthy. The majority of Republicans voted to keep McCarthy in leadership. In West Africa, defense ministers and security experts from Cameroon and Chad are meeting in the Cameroonian capital Yaoundé to map out ways of jointly combating growing security threats along their border. Moki Edwin Kinzika reports from Yaoundé, Cameroon.
Defense ministers say a day hardly goes by without cases of either Boko Haram terrorist attacks or cross-border crimes, including armed gangs attacking civilians and wildlife, reported on both sides of the border between Cameroon and Chad. The two Central African states say they share a more than 1,100-kilometer porous land border that facilitates the escape of armed gangs and Boko Haram terrorists to either Cameroon or Chad when chased by government troops. Joseph Beti Asomo is Cameroon's defense minister.
Son Excellence Monsieur Paul Biya, Président de la République du Cameroun.
Asomo says Chadian President Mahamat Idris Deby Itno and his Cameroonian counterpart Paul Biya have ordered militaries of the two states to jointly monitor and protect their borders from violence perpetrated by the Islamist radicals and armed gangs. He says keeping Cameroon and Chad safe from rebels, terrorists and armed gangs is synonymous with contributing to stability in sub-Saharan Africa in particular and Africa in general. Asomo also said tens of thousands of Cameroonian citizens who fled bloody battles between fishers and herders in northern Cameroon last year are still in Chad. Chad's government says the displaced persons are refusing to return to their communities in Cameroon because of frequent conflicts between herders and fishers. Defense ministers from the two countries say the slaughter of elephants in Cameroon, the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, and the Central African Republic by criminal groups such as the Lord's Resistance Army, the Sudanese Janjaweed militia, and Cameroonian and Chadian poaching gangs has been reduced. But the proliferation of weapons left behind by rebels continues to be a threat to wildlife and civilians in the two countries, the ministers say. The ministers say elephants are slaughtered for their ivory, which is in high demand on Asian black markets. Daoud Yahya Brahim is Chad's defense minister.
Nos populations aux frontières sont quotidiennement victimes des menaces.
He says Chad and Cameroon have to immediately stop high waves of kidnappings for ransom along their border and cattle theft, the slaughter of elephants and cross-border criminality that continues to be a threat to peace and makes living conditions very difficult for civilians who are living on less than $1 a day. He says socio-economic development along the Cameroon-Chad border has been highly compromised by rampant insecurity. Chad and Cameroon say civilians are currently held hostage by armed gangs, but did not say how many of the civilians are being deprived of their freedom. Joseph Vincent Tuda Ebude is a lecturer in international security and defense at the University of Yaoundé-Soua. He also serves as director of the Yaoundé-headquartered Center for Research in Political and Strategic Studies.
Le Cameroun et le Tchad collaborent pour l'exploitation.
Tuda says he doesn't understand why it has taken up to 10 years for Cameroon and Chad to organize such a high-profile security meeting when Chad needs Cameroon to secure a multi-billion-dollar 1,000-kilometer pipeline that transports oil from the Doba oil field in southern Chad to the deep-sea port in Kribi, Cameroon, for exports. Tuda says the Cameroonian government also needs Chad to stop armed gangs, Boko Haram terrorists, militias, and rogue units of national armies from Chad, Sudan, and the Central African Republic from entering Cameroon. The defense ministers say they will enact the presidential plans to counter these various regional threats. They did not say when they will begin military operations. Moki Edwin Kinzeka for VOA News, Yaoundé, Cameroon.
Kenyan President William Ruto has welcomed a new resolution approved Monday by the UN Security Council authorizing a foreign security mission to intervene in Haiti. Ruto says he hopes the so-called multinational security support mission his country is leading will provide a different footprint in the history of international interventions in Haiti. VOA Nairobi Bureau Chief Mariama Diallo has this story.
In a taped speech shared with the media on Tuesday, Kenyan President William Ruto said he hopes the so-called multinational security support mission, which his country is leading, will make a difference in the lives of Haitians.
I welcome the resolution as an overdue and critical instrument to define the multinational mission. This mission is a fundamental intervention to provide the necessary conditions for Haiti to consolidate its development and governance.
Ruto said it is essential that resources as well as the operational scope available to the UN team be appropriately reinforced. This comes after the UN Security Council voted late Monday to authorize a foreign security mission to intervene in Haiti a year after the Caribbean nation requested help to quell violent gangs. Kenya offered to lead the operation in Haiti 2 months ago, saying it's willing to deploy 1,000 of its police forces. On a recent visit to Kenya, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin lauded the plan.
And we intend to work with the United States Congress to provide up to $100 million in support. And we urge others in the international community to follow Kenya's great example.
Austin was in Nairobi with his Kenyan counterpart, Aden Duale.
Kenya has a very long history of global peacekeeping. We were in Kosovo, we were in Namibia, we were everywhere. We are now in Somalia, we are in DRC. We have our officers in the Tigray monitoring and evaluation mechanism.
But others like Eugene Wamalwa, a former Kenyan defense secretary and the leader of the Democratic Action Party of Kenya, told VOA he has some concerns.
Would expect the process to be transparent. First of all, starting with our National Assembly, our Parliament should approve this. We expected that this matter should also be discussed at the AU before being elevated to the UN. You know, the principle of subsidiarity should apply. But here, we first heard of it during UNGA in New York. Then we had the Americans praising us for offering our troops. We're not even aware we are sending our police officers in harm's way. We have not discussed it. We've not agreed as a country.
UN peacekeepers were deployed to Haiti in 2004 after a rebellion led to the ouster and exile of then-President Jean-Bertrand Aristide. Peacekeeping troops left in 2017 and were replaced by UN police, who left in 2019. Amnesty International Kenya on Tuesday urged the UN member states, other human rights organizations and citizens to thoroughly examine the mission's human rights and humanitarian implications before the deployment. Meanwhile, Kenyans who spoke to VOA are divided on their police force possibly going to Haiti.
We have a lot of problems, not only in the country but also in Africa. We have problems in Sudan, we have problems in Somalia, we have security problems in several parts of Africa. If we wanted to solve any problem, security problem, we could have started with home or at least regionally.
It will help to cause them to have peace in that country. Number two, to show that this country is a peaceful country. We can exercise peace in other countries. That is a very powerful thing this country have done. Okay, I support it with 100%.
The mission has been initially approved for 1 year with a review after 9 months. It was not immediately clear when Kenya will deploy its police contingent to Haiti, but senior government officials have suggested it could come as soon as early next year. Mariama Diallo, VOA News, Nairobi.
The World Health Organization approved a second malaria vaccine Monday. It's hoped the new drug will quickly be rolled out in countries across Africa in the coming months. Henry Ridgewell reports from London.
A new malaria vaccine known as R21 was developed by Britain's Oxford University, along with the Serum Institute of India. It is already in use in Ghana and Burkina Faso. The World Health Organization approved the drug Monday, paving the way for its wider rollout. Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus is Director General of the World Health Organization.
Yes, with seasonal transmission, it reduced symptomatic cases of malaria by 75% in the 12 months following a 3-dose series of the vaccine. A 4th dose given a year after the 3rd was shown to maintain protection.
The WHO approved the first ever malaria vaccine in 2021, known as RTSS.
As a malaria researcher, I used to dream of the day when we would have a safe and effective vaccine against malaria. Now we have two.
The WHO says there is little difference in effectiveness between the two vaccines, but the new R21 vaccine is cheaper to make at around $2 to $4 a dose, with each patient needing 4 doses, about half the price of RTSS. The new vaccine can also be made in much greater volumes. The Serum Institute of India is already in line to make 100 million doses a year, with plans to double that output. Experts warn that it won't beat malaria on its own, and that other preventative measures are needed, including mosquito nets. Azra Ghani is an epidemiologist and professor at Imperial College London.
So this additional efficacy of the vaccine is in the presence of this really important intervention. The second is something known as chemoprevention. That's providing drugs to children in high-risk areas where malaria is particularly seasonal.
There were an estimated 247 million cases of malaria in 2021, a small increase on the previous year, and 619,000 deaths, mostly children, in sub-Saharan Africa. Ghani expects the new vaccine to have a major impact.
We do hope that by introducing this new vaccine, we can really make a dent in this and get us back on track to the goals which were set by the WHO to reduce malaria by 90% by 2030.
The WHO also approved a new vaccine Monday against dengue fever, another mosquito-borne disease common in tropical Latin American and Asian countries. The drug, made by the Japanese firm Takeda, was about 84% effective in preventing people from being hospitalised in clinical trials. Henry Ridgwell, VOA News, London.
Nigerian Workers' Union late Monday has suspended an indefinite strike action bill to commence Tuesday after new negotiations with government officials in the capital. The workers' unions for months have been protesting the removal in May of expensive fuel subsidy payments by President Bola Tinubu. Nigerian authorities during the meeting announced a temporary wage increase for civil servants, suspension of value-added tax on diesel and monthly stipend for 15 million vulnerable households. Timothy Abiezo reports from Abuja.
The suspension of the indefinite nationwide strike followed several hours of meetings among the leaders of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, the Trade Union Congress, TUC, and the government. The unions issued the strike notice last month to protest living challenges facing millions of people as a result of government reform policies that included the removal of fuel subsidies. But the government pledged a temporary wage increase of 35,000 naira or $45 for federal workers until a new national minimum wage is determined and signed into law. The wage increase is slated to last 6 months. The naira is Nigeria's currency. The government also announced a commitment of $130 million for the purchase of gas-powered buses to reduce the cost of transport. In May, President Bola Tinubu discontinued fuel subsidy payments as part of bold reforms aimed at boosting Nigeria's economy. But the price of gas more than tripled afterward, affecting transport and commodity prices. Simon Lalong is Nigeria's Minister of Labour and Employment. He chaired the meeting between the government and organized labor.
After much discussion, the following agreements were reached. The NLC and the TUC accept to suspend for 30 days the planned indefinite nationwide strike scheduled to begin Tuesday, the 3rd of October 2023. A minimum wage committee shall be inaugurated within 1 month from the date of this agreement.
Soon after ending the fuel subsidy, Tinubu floated the naira against other global tenders to eliminate multiple exchange rates. The decision also hurt the economy and citizens, causing the naira to fall to historic lows in recent weeks. Nigeria is one of Africa's top oil producers but relies on imports for its petroleum products, putting pressure on oil marketers to meet local demand. On Monday, Lalong said authorities were working to fix Nigeria's refineries and that the government will introduce tax incentives for private sector businesses to help them cope. He also said authorities will boost distribution of subsidized fertilizers to farmers. This week, Nigeria marked its 63rd independence anniversary, and Tinubu acknowledged the plight of the citizens. But in a televised address, he urged Nigerians to be patient.
At my inauguration, I said that bold reforms were necessary to place our nation on the path of prosperity and growth. I am attuned to the hardships that have come. Reform may be painful, but it is what greatness and the future require.
Samuel Danjuma is a civil servant. He says he expects to benefit from the wage award, but remains skeptical.
Even the 35,000 naira that the federal government approved, when you go through it, you discover that they had to take that decision when they discovered that Labour and TUC were serious. Whether the federal government will keep to the promise or not, it is God that can see. If the economy will not be better, at that 35,000 naira that they will pay for the next 6 months, I want to assure you that it will still go, it will go nowhere.
In August, workers' unions held massive street demonstrations over the issue, and in September held a 2-day warning strike. For now, many will be waiting to see if the government keeps its promise to ease the suffering of many Nigerians. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
You're listening to Daybreak Africa on the Voice of America. I'm Douglas Impoga in Washington. Today is Wednesday, October 4th. For more African news and features, visit our website at voafrica.com. Connect with us on all social media platforms. We are on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. A top U.S. legislator has asked the South African government to demonstrate its value for Washington as it courts other foreign powers like Russia and China. At a hearing on Capitol Hill last week, witnesses examined the current foreign policy between the two countries. VOA's Ignatius Arno has this report.
South Africa's growing partnership with Russia and China, U.S. officials say, has its long-standing partner, the United States, unnerved about its future bilateral relationship. That prompted a congressional hearing at the U.S. Capitol, where witnesses gave accounts of how South Africa's foreign policy and that of the ruling party, the African National Congress, or the ANC, does not reflect the position of the South African people. John James is chair of the U.S. Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Africa.
South Africa has a choice in what partners to prioritize, but so too does the United States. I believe it entirely appropriate to scrutinize the conduct of our important partner when the risks compromising our strong, dynamic, bilateral relationship are at hand. It's my belief that South Africa is currently at an inflection point, and I view the next several months as critical in demonstrating whether it will put our important partnership back on track.
Anthony Carroll is an adjunct professor at the Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies in Washington. He said, despite the Southern African nation boasting of a very vibrant multi-party democracy with a robust civil society, it is becoming, quote, a failing state, end of quote. He cited its failure to deliver critical public services like electricity and deadly xenophobia as examples. But Carroll said the African Growth and Opportunity Act, known commonly as AGOA, should not be impacted.
While I share the concerns of many about the direction of our relations with South Africa, I would oppose making it ineligible for AGOA. First, I do not believe that its embrace of Russia constitutes a direct threat to U.S. security. Second, goods exported to the United States provide critical jobs to South Africa and provide lower-priced goods for the U.S. consumers. Third, South Africa's removal from AGOA would only play into the hands of anti-U.S. elements within the ANC and the radical EFF party.
Reddy Klabi, a South African journalist, cited a recent survey that shows an increasing dissatisfaction of South Africans with democracy. She said South Africa's democracy must not be left to collapse because, according to her, Russia has been successful in countries where democracy is, quote, flimsy, end of quote. She mentioned Madagascar, Sudan, and the Central African Republic.
A strong economy keeps rogue nations out. We have seen Russia's aggressive return and re-engagement with the continent, and we must use the word return and re-engagement because it suggests that there was a time when Russia left Africa, which is not a message that it preaches.
Chris Maroulen is International Chief Executive Officer at Good Governance Africa, a Johannesburg-based non-profit organization focused on promoting good governance in Africa. He told the committee that South Africa's neutral position in the Russia-Ukraine conflict is in sharp contrast to the country's constitutional aspirations.
Many see strategic non-alignment as incongruent with our constitutional aspirations of human dignity, the achievements of equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedom.
The expert said the US and South Africa have far more in common than with Russia, such as a free press and an independent judiciary. That, they argue, could offer a roadmap to improve relations between the two countries. Ignatius Ano, VOA News, Washington.
And that's it for this Wednesday, October 4th edition of Daybreak Africa. We thank you for being our guests this morning. For more African news and features, visit our website at voafrica.com. Connect with us on all social media platforms. We are on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. We are also on YouTube, where you can watch our TV shows, Africa 54, Straight Talk Africa, and Red Carpet. On behalf of the Daybreak Africa team, I'm Douglas Impoga in Washington, wishing you a very great day.
When a mother dies during childbirth, the future dies with her. That's according to a recent report by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. On the next edition of Our Voices, we take a closer look at the maternal and infant mortality rate and examine some initiatives that have been put in place to ensure the survival of mother and child. Join the conversation Wednesday.
On the show today, President Joe Biden continues to push for aid to Ukraine.
We're going to continue to certainly have those conversations with our partners and allies. But look, and I said this earlier, it does not help. It does not help what we see House Republicans doing.
Plus, the UN approves a multinational force to go to Haiti.
That many of our officers don't even understand. Don't even know French or Creole in terms of even communicating with the Haitians. It will be a problem.
And later, more than 100,000 people have fled Nagorno-Karabakh. VOA is there, and things just got wild in the U.S. House of Representatives. Today is Tuesday, October 3rd, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. Kenya is ready to send security officers to Haiti as the UN approves a multinational force. We'll have that story in a moment. We begin today, though, with Ukraine. The White House is determined to continue supporting Kyiv despite what appears to be cracks in Congress and the NATO alliance. VOA's Anita Powell reports from the White House.
Cracks are appearing in the wall of Western support for Ukraine as President Joe Biden beseeches congressional Republicans to grant the $24 billion he seeks to fortify Ukraine against Russia's invasion. Congress over the weekend passed a stopgap spending bill that keeps the U.S. government open for another 6 weeks. But that package did not include the Ukraine aid, leading Biden to appeal across the political aisle to legislators who have expressed concerns about accountability and exasperation that the war is still raging after more than 19 months. President Joe Biden.
I hope my friends on the other side keep their word about support for Ukraine. They said they're going to support Ukraine in a separate vote. We cannot, under any circumstance, allow American support for Ukraine to be interrupted. I fully expect the Speaker to keep his commitment to secure the passage and support needed to help Ukraine as they defend themselves against aggression and brutality.
On Monday, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told VOA that the administration remains determined amid this domestic pressure and concerns from the newly elected leader of NATO member Slovakia, who campaigned that he would not send a single bullet to Ukraine from the state stocks. Jean-Pierre.
NATO alliance, it's the strongest that it's ever been because of what this president's leadership has been. We're going to continue to certainly have those conversations with our partners and allies. But look, and I said this earlier, it does not help. It does not help what we see House Republicans doing.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, hosting European foreign ministers in Kyiv on Monday, said unity is crucial.
Our victory explicitly depends on our cooperation. The more powerful and principled steps we take together, the sooner this war will end fairly, with the restoration of our territorial integrity and a reliable guarantee of peace for the whole of Europe.
And from Moscow, President Vladimir Putin's spokesman appeared to take a dig at the situation, saying Moscow sees tiredness among Western supporters. To which Jean-Pierre replied,
"And if Putin thinks he can outlast us, he's wrong. He's wrong." And so we will have another package of aid for Ukraine soon to signal our continued support for the brave people of Ukraine. And so that's our message. If he thinks he can outlast us, that is Mr. Putin, we believe he's wrong.
But military experts acknowledge that Zelensky's counteroffensive, which aimed to bite off chunks of Russian-held territory, has been slower than hoped. Mark Kansian is a retired U.S. Marine colonel, now at the Center for Strategic and International Studies.
The results have been disappointing, and a number of people are asking the question, how does this end? What is Ukraine's theory of victory? I think President Zelensky is going to have to articulate that in the next couple of months in order to rally his supporters.
But the Ukrainian people remain determined. Over the weekend, the besieged capital held its first full marathon since the start of the invasion. 5,000 participants, many of them service members, some of them amputees, ran the 42-kilometer course to raise money for the nation's defense, step by painful step. Anita Powell, VOA News, the White House.
And on Monday, in a show of support, some of Europe's top diplomats have gathered in Kyiv in a display of support for Ukraine's fight against Russia's invasion. AP correspondent Charles de Ledesma has that story.
The foreign ministers from the EU's 27 member countries have converged on the Ukrainian capital for an unannounced informal meeting that officials say would review the bloc's support for Ukraine and discuss President Volodymyr Zelensky's proposed peace formula. The US, the EU and the UK have provided massive support to Ukraine, enabling it to stand up to the Kremlin's attack. But uncertainty has set in over how long Kyiv's allies will keep sending it billions of dollars. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Will the fighting within the Republican Party cost the Speaker of the House of Representatives his job? That story in a moment. Now, late Monday afternoon in New York, the UN Security Council voted to approve the deployment of a multinational security support mission in Haiti in an effort to bring peace and stability to the country. Meanwhile, the Kenyan government says that it's ready to send 1,000 members of its police force into Haiti to help tamp down gang violence. While some Kenyans say it's a good idea, others are expressing concerns. VOA's Nairobi bureau chief, Miriam Diallo, has the story.
Kenyans are divided on the issue of sending 1,000 members of its police force to help quell gang violence in Haiti.
There are countries much stronger than us who could have intervened who could have intervened first. Those criminal elements in Haiti, first of all, I think they don't need police. They need soldiers.
I think that the Kenyan police force is a force that we have. We have faith in it. And there's no reason why we should doubt their capacity.
The Kenyan government says Haiti's far-off location in the Caribbean isn't a deterrent.
We decided we are going to go and help Haiti.
Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs Alfred Mutua recently announced Kenya is ready to lead the multinational police force.
We've got other African nations that are coming on board. We've got other nations from all the world. They're saying if Kenya is leading it, we think there's going to be success. So they're coming on board.
On a recent visit to Kenya, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin lauded the plan.
And we intend to work with the United States Congress to provide up to $100 million in support. And we urge others in the international community to follow Kenya's great example.
Austin was in Nairobi with his Kenyan counterpart, Aden Duale.
Kenya has a very long history of global peacekeeping. We were in Kosovo, we were in Namibia, we were everywhere. We are now in Somalia, we're in DRC. We have our officers in the Tigray monitoring and evaluation mechanism.
But others, like former Kenyan Defense Secretary Eugene Wamalwa, disagree.
First of all, what interest would we have to be in Haiti as a third world country that is over 12,000 kilometers away, that many of our officers don't even don't even know French or Creole in terms of even communicating with the Haitians? It would be a problem. And even in terms of training and preparation to engage in such a complex security situation, where there's urban warfare with guns.
Vincent Kimosop is a Kenyan economist and policy analyst.
It's unprecedented. We only get to hear about Haiti if it is not natural disasters, the issues of insecurity, political instability. But the people who are in Haiti have an African descent. And we have an Ubuntu philosophy in Africa. I am because you are, and because you are, I am. Yep. So when you remove the political, eventually a decision to go help a neighbor who is struggling will be loaded within a broader conversation in the African context.
Kimosap says he supports the administration's decision, but also believes the government should be more transparent and communicate more with the Kenyan public. Mariama Diallo, VOA News, Nairobi.
And here are other stories we're following from around the world. Indonesian President Joko Widodo Monday inaugurated a $7.3 billion high-speed railway connecting the country's capital with the city of Bandung to the southeast. The project was backed by China and is part of China's Belt and Road Initiative. Two rights groups, Amnesty International and the Media Institute of Southern Africa, have released reports saying Zimbabwean President Emmerson Mnangagwa has failed to break with the past and isn't keeping his promise to allow freedom of the press and access to information. Zimbabwe's Minister of Information defends the government's actions. And Nigeria's biggest labor federations on Monday have agreed to suspend an indefinite strike that had been set to begin on Tuesday, this after last-minute talks with the government. Monday evening in Washington, Florida Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz took the first step in removing Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, from his position. This is a rarely seen move and has the potential to turn politics as we know it on Capitol Hill on its head. For more on the situation, I'm joined by Catherine Gibson, VOA's congressional correspondent.
So Republican Representative Matt Gaetz just filed a motion to vacate, which is a very rarely used procedural element in the U.S. House of Representatives that basically is like a no confidence vote in the Speaker of the House. Gaetz is basically saying that he wants to remove Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy from his leadership position. Of course, if he gets enough votes to make that move, but he has started the process this evening, Monday evening in D.C.
So this isn't actually a vote on McCarthy's job yet. This is a vote to have the vote for McCarthy's job.
That's a great way of putting it. That is how we do it in the U.S. Congress. Lawmakers state their intention to do something. They file a motion, they file legislation, and then there's a time of consideration. So in this instance, they get about 2 days until they have to make the final vote on the motion to vacate the speakership. And believe me, that is going to be a very busy 2 days up on Capitol Hill when Gaetz will be rallying Republicans and trying to get some Democratic votes, because as we saw, the Republican Party up on Capitol Hill is so divided right now that really he probably could use the help of Democrats.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. What's the Democrats' role in all this? What we're seeing is the Republicans fighting with each other, and the Democrats really don't have a dog in the fight, so to speak. So what do they do?
That's right. That's the most fascinating part of this whole thing as it develops. As you said, the Republican Party is at war with itself. That's why they needed Democrats to pass the continuing resolution last weekend to keep the government open and funded. And so now they're looking to get Democratic votes, and there's a lot of different trains of thought about what the Democrats should do. Some of them don't trust Speaker McCarthy, and they think that they should just step back and let Republicans fight it out, make it a bad look for the Republican Party in front of the American people. They think that only helps their cause. Others are making the argument that they can use this as a negotiating position to extract more concessions from the Republicans.
So if the Democrats vote to keep McCarthy in place, they might be able to get concessions from him. However, if the Democrats vote to let the Republicans oust McCarthy, we might see Congress come to even more of a dysfunctional standstill.
And that's absolutely right. You could have Democrats helping pick a new Republican speaker. They could put forward their own nominee if they won't have the votes to get their own Democratic nominee in the speakership chair, but they could do that as well. So a lot of different avenues open to them right now.
Catherine, you've been following the Hill for a long time. Have you ever seen anything like this before?
No, I have not. And from what I understood, the last time this happened was in 1910. So a really pretty unusual occurrence of 110-something years since something like this has happened. So it was really hard to predict what is going to be happening next.
Catherine Gypson is VOA's congressional correspondent. Catherine, thanks so much for your time this evening, and thanks for your reporting.
You're so welcome.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. We'll find out about the Nobel Prize for Medicine in a moment. Up first, nearly the entire population of ethnic Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh have fled to Armenia, and the one-time residents of the self-declared Republic of Artsakh are scattered. But as VOA's Heather Murdoch reports from near the Armenian border with Azerbaijan, many fear the war that drove them out is not over.
This is Stepanakert in 2020. The city that was the de facto capital of what, until last week, was the self-declared Republic of Artsakh, a majority ethnic Armenian nation within the internationally recognized borders of Azerbaijan. For decades, Armenia and Azerbaijan have fought bitterly over the enclave, best known as Nagorno-Karabakh, or the Karabakh region. And last week, after a fierce assault in mid-September, Azerbaijan won. More than 100,000 residents, almost the entire ethnic Armenian population, fled to Armenia. Ashat Arushanyan, a 45-year-old refugee, stops on the side of the road to fix the truck he borrowed to flee Nagorno-Karabakh. He says he left without clothes and valuables and left his car behind because he had no fuel. People abandoning Nagorno-Karabakh stopped in border towns in Armenia before scattering across the country, with many moving to scantily populated border villages. Others refused offers for free border village homes for fear the Azerbaijan-Armenia dispute would once again cross into Armenia proper as it did in 2020. Ani Aloyan, a resident of the Armenian border village Ishkhan Asr, says bombs crashed into town that year, burning fields and causing terrifying explosions. Azerbaijani officials sometimes call this part of Armenia part of the historical lands of Azerbaijan, provoking ire from Armenian officials. And even teenagers train in military tactics in this region, preparing for possible battles they believe could come to their towns and villages. But families who recently fled their homes also blame the governments of Artsakh and Armenia and Russian peacekeepers for failing to protect them and their land. This is Naila Grigorian, a 56-year-old refugee who settled in a border village a few days ago. She says the men in her family fought for Artsakh before officials gave the land away without a fight. Left behind on the land, former residents say, is far more than property. They left behind their cultural heritage, the graves of their parents, and the dream of having their own country, one that never quite came true. Ervik Sargsyan, 21, is Naila Grigorian's daughter. She says she fled the place of her childhood, her bloodline, and the water of her homeland. Like other Armenian refugees we meet, she says she has no hope of returning to Nagorno-Karabakh. But she says she does hope future generations learn the brief history of Artsakh, a place, she adds, that will always call her back. Heather Murdoch, VOA News, Ishkhanasar and Kornidzor, Armenia.
An American and a Hungarian scientist who jointly worked on the groundbreaking technology behind some of the most effective COVID vaccines have been awarded the 2023 Nobel Prize for Medicine. Henry Ridgewell reports.
mRNA technology was crucial in developing the Moderna and Pfizer-BioNTech coronavirus vaccines. Hungarian-American scientist Katalin Karikó and her American colleague Drew Weissman began working on mRNA technology in the early 1990s at the University of Pennsylvania. The Nobel Prize Committee in Sweden said the discovery had helped defeat one of the greatest threats to human health in modern times. Rikard Sandberg is a member of the Nobel Prize in Medicine Committee.
mRNA vaccines, together with other COVID-19 vaccines, have been administered over 13 billion times. Together, they have saved millions of lives, prevented severe COVID-19, reduced the overall disease burden, and enabled societies to open up again.
mRNA, or messenger RNA, instructs cells to make proteins that match those found on the surface of pathogens like the coronavirus. The body sees these as invaders and makes antibodies and T cells to attack them, thus training it to deal with a real virus in the future. In 2005, Karikó and Weissman worked out a way to stop the immune system from attacking RNA made in the laboratory, previously seen as a major hurdle against its use. Karikó said Monday they made a good team.
I was the RNA person and Drew was an immunologist, and we educated each other. And together, we learned each other and developed mRNA.
Weissman said the future potential for mRNA was incredible.
We've been thinking for years about everything that we could do with RNA, and now it's here.
The coronavirus pandemic accelerated the development of mRNA technology, says scientist Paul Hunter.
Now that it's been shown to work probably better than many, if not most, other vaccine types, I think is a big boost to it. And there are a substantial number of potential uses of this technology.
It's hoped mRNA technology could one day be used to fight cancer. Gunilla Carlsson-Hedestam is chair of the Nobel Committee for Medicine.
Vaccines that are targeted towards specific kinds of tumors, maybe even to specific individuals or personalized cancers.
Karikó and Weissman share the prize of $1 million and will receive their medals at a ceremony in Stockholm later this year. Henry Ridgewell, VOA News, London.
And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thank you for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
It did not take long for a court in Ho Chi Minh City to sentence prominent Vietnamese environmental activist Hang Thi Minh Hong to 3 years in prison. After a brief one-day trial, the founder of the now shuttered NGO Change VN, which focused on the dangers of pollution, wildlife trafficking, and climate change, is the 5th environmental campaigner to be sentenced to prison in Vietnam in the last 2 years. Hong was charged with tax evasion. She had closed Change VN in October of 2022 after the government of Vietnam arrested other environmental activists and charged them with the same crime. When Hong was arrested in May, the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights said the chilling effect of such cases brought under tax laws is palpable among civil society in Vietnam and risks stifling debate on issues of importance to society as a whole. The United States is deeply concerned by the conviction and sentencing of prominent environmental activist sentenced an NGO leader, Hang Thi-Minh Hong, to 3 years imprisonment, said State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller in a statement. We call on the Vietnamese government to ensure its tax law is enforced in a transparent, impartial manner that ensures non-governmental organizations can operate without fear of undue targeting or prosecution. Environmentalists are not the only members of Vietnam's civil society being targeted by the government. The State Department's most recent human rights report on Vietnam estimates that there are over 170 imprisoned political prisoners and activists in Vietnam, including journalists, academics, members of religious communities, as well as individual citizens exercising internationally recognized human rights, such as the freedoms of expression, peaceful assembly, and association. State Department spokesperson Miller said, "We reiterate our call on Vietnam to release all those unjustly detained and to respect the right of freedoms of expression and association for all persons in Vietnam. We further urge Vietnam to ensure its actions are consistent with the human rights provisions of Vietnam's constitution and its international commitments, including to consult with non-government stakeholders as part of the Just Energy Transition Partnership." NGO leaders like Hang Thi-Minh Hong, said spokesperson Miller, play a vital role in tackling global challenges, proposing sustainable solutions in the global fight against the climate crisis, and combating wildlife and timber trafficking.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
On the show today, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visits the White House.
Russia hopes once more to use winter as a weapon against the people of Ukraine. But as I discussed with President Zelensky, the people of Ukraine are steeled for this struggle ahead. And the United States is going to continue to stand with you.
Plus, Kenyan troops are headed to Haiti.
Kenya will lead a multinational effort of at least 1,000 soldiers to help restore peace. So far, Jamaica and the Bahamas have offered to assist Kenya.
And later, the relationship between Beijing and Damascus is strengthening, while the Ottawa-New Delhi relationship is in trouble. Today is Friday, September 22nd, and this is VOA's International Edition. From VOA headquarters in Washington, I'm Steve Karish. Timed to coincide with Zelensky's visit, the United States government on Thursday announced that it's sending an additional $325 million worth of weapons, including missiles, rockets, and artillery rounds to Kyiv for its defensive war against Russia. Details from VOA's chief national correspondent Steve Herman in Washington.
After stopping on Thursday on Capitol Hill and at the Pentagon, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky held talks at the White House with President Joe Biden, who said Russia alone stands in the way of peace in Ukraine.
Russia hopes once more to use winter as a weapon against the people of Ukraine. But as I discussed with President Zelensky, the people of Ukraine are steeled for this struggle ahead, and the United States is going to continue to stand with you.
The Ukrainian president expressed his appreciation for the latest package of U.S. military aid.
It has exactly what our soldiers need now.
Zelensky has also been pushing for the United States to supply his military with long-range guided missiles capable of striking behind Russian front lines. Those weapons, known as ATACMS, are not in this latest round of supplies. Meanwhile, some Republican lawmakers say they do not want to authorize an additional $24 billion in military and humanitarian aid for Ukraine, noting a lack of significant progress against Russia by the Ukrainian army. Zelensky is quoted as telling senators earlier in the day, "If we don't get the aid, we will lose the war." Steve Herman, VOA News, Washington.
And here are some other stories we're following from around the world. The official panel responsible for organizing elections in Pakistan announced on Thursday that the much-awaited national parliamentary polls will take place in the last week of January, ending uncertainty about the fate of the electoral process. Somali Prime Minister Hamza Abdi Bare said Thursday that his government is appealing for more international support in its long-running war against al-Shabaab militants. He told VOA that he will appeal to the UN General Assembly this weekend about removing an international arms embargo so that Somalia is capable of eliminating al-Shabaab. A contractor working for the U.S. government has been arrested on espionage charges, accused of providing a foreign country classified information. Abraham Teklu Lema, who is originally from Ethiopia, is accused of using an encrypted messaging application to transmit maps, photographs, and satellite imagery to that foreign government. This according to court documents. World leaders are hoping to soon send Kenyan troops to Haiti to quell gang violence there. Meeting on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly, Secretary of State Antony Blinken addressed the issue with Kenyan President William Ruto. But the idea makes some Haitians uneasy. VOA's senior Washington correspondent Carolyn Prosciutti brings us the latest.
Violence in Haiti. Gangs are said to control 80% of the nation's capital in Port-au-Prince. Homes burned, schools closed, Haitians displaced. But now, assistance from foreign troops. Kenya will lead a multinational effort of at least 1,000 soldiers to help restore peace. So far, Jamaica and the Bahamas have offered to assist Kenya.
Mr. President, so good to see you.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken walks across the room to shake the hand of Kenyan President William Ruto Thursday at the United Nations, just a few hours before Ruto said this before the UN General Assembly.
The cry of our brothers and sisters who were the first people to win their struggle for freedom from colonial tyranny has reached our ears and touched our hearts.
Also at the UN, an advisory group to discuss the economic and social impact of the violence. This just 2 days after U.S. President Joe Biden addressed the UN General Assembly with these words.
I call on the Security Council to authorize this mission now. The people of Haiti cannot wait much longer.
But the idea of a UN multinational force worries some New York Haitians who remember the 2010 Nepalese UN force that brought cholera to their country. At a Creole restaurant in Manhattan, VOA spoke with Wesley Jean Simon.
The gang violence is resonating in Haiti, and Haitians created it, so we need to fix it ourselves.
And Rose Marilyn.
The thing that's going on with the country, there's no safety, especially after the president got assassinated, so nobody really feels safe.
Late Friday, Haitian Prime Minister Ariel Henry will address the United Nations General Assembly. At the same time, Haitians plan to protest his presence here in the city block that leads to the United Nations. The Security Council is expected to vote next week on sending the multinational force from Kenya to Haiti. Carolyn Prosciutti, VOA News at the United Nations.
From Washington, it's VOA's International Edition. I'm Steve Karish. VOA is on the scene in the mountains of Morocco. We check in on a school after the devastating earthquake. That story coming up soon. Now, a look at news, where it comes from and how it's made. As Russia's war in Ukraine is discussed and even argued over at the UN General Assembly, reporters like Dmytro Apochenko have an important role to play in keeping Ukrainian audiences informed. VOA's Christina Casiedo-Smith caught up with him in New York.
Even with 5 years' experience as a foreign correspondent, Ukrainian journalist Dmitry Anopchenko says nothing could have prepared him for covering a war in his own country. With President Volodymyr Zelensky addressing the UN General Assembly in person, Anopchenko has a full day of work and a pressing question.
The main question for my audience, for all the Ukrainians, how Zelensky and how the US administration understands the moment when the war will stop. It is what I am intending to ask President Zelensky and President Biden if I will have a chance.
The reporter works for Inter TV channel, but since the full invasion, 6 of Ukraine's main broadcasters, including Inter TV channel, have integrated to feed a non-stop news cycle. Back in Kyiv, editor-in-chief Victoria Naidionova describe their priorities.
Speaking for all journalists is, of course, information verification. To verify information, wait until final confirmation of any information.
Leading a newsroom at this time is tough.
For me as the editor-in-chief, the biggest challenge is trying to maintain a kind of balance between my duty to preserve the life and health of journalists and at the same time to cover events that are happening on the front line.
But covering the UN General Assembly is just one of many hats Anopchenko wears. The journalist also covers the Pentagon, US State Department, White House, and Congress, and provides an antidote to the flood of Russian propaganda online.
The Russian sources, they try to hide themselves. They are reporting like it's Ukrainian media or some Ukrainian journalists. They are telling our army, our country, about Ukraine.
More than a year into the war, Moscow continues to deploy false and misleading information about the conflict, an Atlantic Council report found.
That is why I have to, not the double check, but triple check the information with the sources, with the officials, because I don't have to be like them.
Still, there is one story the Ukrainian journalist is looking forward to covering: the end of the conflict.
Gosh, it will be so emotional. I'm even afraid to think about this. I hope it will be soon. I hope it will be as soon as possible, because everyone, I'll tell you, honestly, we're so tired living every moment and waiting that someone you love will not be alive tomorrow.
Until that moment, Anopchenko will keep doing what he does best, reporting on developments for his audience. Cristina Caicedo-Smith, VOA News, New York.
And in other news, Fox Broadcast Network founder Rupert Murdoch is stepping down as the leader of Fox and News Corp. The AP's Margie Zaraletta has that story.
Fox says 92-year-old Rupert Murdoch will become chairman emeritus of both Fox and News Corp. Murdoch started with one newspaper in Australia that he inherited, and he created the first network to successfully challenge ABC, CBS, and NBC. Murdoch also founded Fox News Channel in 1996. His son Lachlan will become chairman, as well as continue to serve as chief executive officer. Murdoch says he will be involved every day in the contest of ideas in his new role. Lachlan Murdoch says his father will continue to provide valued counsel to both companies. I'm Margie Zaraletta.
It's no secret that the relationship between India and China has been on the rocks the past couple of days. We'll get an update on that in a moment. One diplomatic relationship that appears to be strengthening, however, is the relationship between Syria and China. Both countries are skeptical of America and Western power, and as Syrian President Bashar al-Assad seeks to re-enter the international community, he goes to Hangzhou in China's east. Reuters' Rachel Judah has more.
Syrian President Bashar al-Assad has touched down in China, kicking off his first visit to the country since 2004, as he makes further strides to end more than a decade of diplomatic isolation under Western sanctions. While there, Assad is set to attend the opening ceremony of the Asian Games, along with more than a dozen of foreign dignitaries. He will then lead a delegation for meetings in several Chinese cities. He will also meet President Xi Jinping. Being seen with China's president at a regional gathering should add further legitimacy to Assad's campaign to return to the world stage. Syria joined China's Belt and Road Initiative last year and was welcomed back into the Arab League in May. Faced with a crippled economy and little to show so far from his efforts to rebuild ties with Arab states, Assad is keen for financial support. But any Chinese or other investment in Syria risks entangling an investor in US sanctions under the 2020 CEFR Act that can freeze the assets of anyone dealing with Syria. China, like Syria's main backers, Russia and Iran, has maintained relations with Damascus, as others isolated Assad over his crackdown when protests first erupted in 2011. Assad's visit to China is one of his longest spells abroad since the civil war flared, which has claimed more than 500,000 lives. Syria, a small oil producer, holds strategic significance for China. It lies between Iraq, a major oil supplier to China, and Turkey, the terminus of economic corridors stretching across Asia into Europe. But analysts doubt Chinese firms are considering returning to Syria, given its poor security and dire financial situation.
Rachel Judah of Reuters with that story for us. And as I mentioned, the Canadian and Indian relationship is in peril. This after the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, accused the Indian government of assassinating a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil. He was someone the Indians had said was a terrorist. In the latest escalation, India has suspended visa services for Canadian citizens as the rift between the two countries deepens. AP correspondent Karen Chamas reports.
The rise in tensions come after Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau this week said India may have been involved in the killing of a Canadian citizen. Trudeau believes India was involved in the assassination of Sikh separatist Hardeep Singh Nijjar, who had been wanted by India for years. The bombshell allegation from Trudeau set off a diplomatic tit-for-tat, as each country expelled a diplomat. India denied the claim and called it absurd. Indian External Affairs Ministry spokesperson Arindam Bagchi confirmed a temporary suspension of all visa services for Canadians.
Accordingly, our High Commission and consulates are temporarily unable to process visa applications.
The suspension means that Canadians who don't already have visas will not be able to travel to India until services resume. I'm Karen Chamas.
Nigerian unions are threatening to strike, demanding the reinstatement of fuel subsidies the government ended in May. The Nigerian Labour Congress, which represents hundreds of thousands of workers, is asking the government to reverse its decision or introduce measures that would help citizens cope with the soaring food and transportation costs. Timothy Obezu reports from Abuja.
Pam Emmanuel opened his barbershop 12 years ago in his hometown in Central Plateau State. He relocated to Abuja a few years ago in a bid to expand his business. But recently, he says, he has been struggling to make a profit.
Since the government removed the fuel subsidy, the price of fuel has increased and everything in the market has also increased. So the only thing we can do is to meet up. So we have to increase our prices.
The Nigerian government had subsidized fuel prices for decades. In May, President Bola Tinubu shut down the program.
The first subsidy is gone.
That decision more than tripled the price of gas and sent food and transportation costs through the roof. The cost increase also made it expensive to run the generators that many Nigerian households and businesses depend on when the erratic power supply shuts off. Barber Pam Emmanuel wants the government to take action.
I'm just pleading the government to do something about it. They should look into it. First is the masses, not them themselves. So they should have conscience.
President Tinubu embarked on some of Nigeria's boldest reforms in decades to grow the country's struggling economy and address corruption. He also floated the national currency against the dollar and other global currencies to eliminate multiple exchange rates. But the naira has fallen to historic lows since then, and his policies are drawing strong criticism from Nigerian labor unions. The Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, which represents hundreds of thousands of workers, wants authorities to revert to the previous status quo, review salaries for its members, and introduce cheaper, gas-powered mass transport systems to reduce workers' transportation costs. Last month, the NLC led thousands to the streets in protest, calling the government's policies anti-poor. This week, a meeting between the National Executive Council of the Workers' Union and government officials ended in a deadlock. 2 weeks ago, the NLC gave the government 2 weeks to reverse its policies. NLC spokesman Benson Upa says the deadline is Friday.
Subsidy service is not a burden to the nation. It is those who exploit the window of subsidy to create, it is those people that create the burden. And the president in his speech graciously acknowledged the existence of a cabal. But instead of dealing with that cabal, he chose to deal with us, the innocent, in fact, the victims, if at the end of the 14 working day ultimatum, its lawful demands are not met, it will embark on an indefinite strike action. The NEC has now rescinded that decision.
Nigerian authorities are asking for more time to fix the problem. Simon Lalong is Nigeria's Labor and Employment Minister.
I must say that our meeting was very robust and we had a very, very fruitful meeting. But at the end of the day, many of those items that we left are still for consideration.
The World Bank says Nigeria could save $5.1 billion this year from its economic reforms. At the same time, it warns that more than 7 million citizens could be pushed into poverty if the subsidy removal is not properly managed. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
And finally, today, children are returning to class in Morocco's Atlas Mountains, less than 2 weeks after a massive earthquake killed and injured thousands of people and razed whole villages. With about 600 area schools destroyed, many students will be studying in tents or in the nearest city, Marrakesh. Lisa Bryant reports from the town of Amizmiz.
Less than 2 weeks ago, Atlas Primary School in Amizmiz was filled with children. Nearly 500 kids studied here. At least 8 died during the late-night earthquake as they slept in homes nearby. Lives and futures suddenly halted. Imad Moulay Othman's children studied here. His dad worked as a school janitor. Othman says he's hoping for a speedy solution for the kids to get back to studying. The family sleeps outside. They're fearful of another earthquake. Othman's children are still traumatized by the quake, which killed one of their classmates. In this poor mountainous region, education can be a ticket to a better life. Teacher Tissam Termi says kids are not dropping out of school like they used to. She says parents are aware of the importance of education. Tissam Termi teaches and lives at a remote village school. Her leg was broken when a classroom wall collapsed during the quake, which also killed 4 of her students. Some of the dead are buried at this cemetery in Amizmiz. He says what's important now is daily survival. Education comes after. Atlas Primary would have celebrated its 100th birthday in a couple of years. Now its pupils and the region face the difficult task of rebuilding and moving on. Lisa Bryant for VOA News, Amizmiz, Morocco.
And that's going to wrap it up for us today. This has been International Edition on the Voice of America. On behalf of everyone at VOA, thanks for joining us. For pictures, stories, videos, and more, follow VOA News on your favorite social media platform and online at voanews.com. Until next time, I'm Steve Karish in Washington. Stay safe and have a great day.
Next, an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
The fighting in Sudan continues to severely impact South Sudan's resources and humanitarian needs due to more than 250,000 returnees and refugees seeking refuge in border towns and internally displaced persons camps, said U.S. Ambassador Robert Wood, UN Alternative Representative for Special Political Affairs.
An additional 26,000 South Sudanese displaced persons have fled violence and food insecurity in Ethiopia's refugee camps, further straining resources and food supply.
The United States remains gravely concerned over the congestion and overcrowding in border towns such as Renk and internally displaced persons camps, as well as the lack of adequate shelter and medical aid for displaced persons. Ambassador Wood strongly urged the United Nations mission in South Sudan, the transitional government, and humanitarian partners to strengthen efforts to provide returnees and displaced persons sufficient shelter, food, medical, and relocation services. He also urged parties to continue to provide assistance and services to host communities and those displaced less recently to ensure a balanced approach that takes into account the needs of all groups. The United States remains disappointed with the lack of progress by the transitional government of South Sudan's implementation of the 2018 peace agreement and the 2022 roadmap, said Ambassador Wood.
With only 15 months remaining until the December 2024 elections, it is not evident South Sudan will be prepared to hold elections under conditions consistent with President Kiir's commitments. Open political space for a genuine campaign free of intimidation and violence does not exist. The transitional government has failed to detail the budget revenue it will dedicate to electoral administrative tasks, and needed legislation has not been passed.
Sexual violence remains an ongoing issue that must be addressed, warned Ambassador Wood.
This reporting period highlighted 18 cases of conflict-related sexual violence, including 12 women, 8 girls, and 1 man. The United States strongly condemns any form of gender-based violence. We call on the government to take immediate steps to strengthen rule of law institutions and increase survivors' access to services.
The transitional government must seize this opportunity to give the South Sudanese people a hopeful future, said Ambassador Wood. The people of South Sudan deserve to live without violence, to feel safe, and to contribute to the betterment of their country.
That was an editorial reflecting the views of the United States government.
VOA1 The Hits.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Dan Friedel.
And I'm Katie Weaver. This program is aimed at English learners. So we speak slowly, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
Today on the program, Jill Robbins answers a question from Luis in Brazil about grammar rules and popular music. Then Gregory Stockel and Gina Bennett tell us about the women weavers of northern Chile. We close today's program with a story by O. Henry. But first, Dan Novak looks at traditional Ethiopian coffee shops in London.
When Yared Marcos moved to London 25 years ago, he did not see any Ethiopian coffee shops. Now there are at least 12 around a city known for its tea drinkers. In Ethiopia, coffee is usually drank at the end of each meal. Drinking coffee is a communal activity for Marcos. When he first immigrated to London from Ethiopia 23 years ago, he did not understand the culture. They sell our coffee in Starbucks and other places, but they don't follow our traditions, said Marcos, who has owned Kaffa Coffee since 2004. The shop is now in an East London neighborhood. It holds coffee ceremonies every weekend in the summer. It also holds cultural events and fills special orders. Tourists will walk by and smell the coffee and come in asking questions, Marcos said. It makes people want to learn more about the culture. Among some of the most popular Ethiopian kinds of coffee are the flowery Yirgacheffe, fruity Limu, and nutty Kochere. Marcos named Kaffa after the southwestern area in Ethiopia, where coffee beans are believed to have been discovered about 1,200 years ago. An old story says that an Ethiopian goat farmer once noticed his goats acting strangely one day after eating berries from a tree. He tried them himself and felt energized and awake. The farmer took the berries to a religious worker, a monk, who threw them in a fire, calling them the work of the devil. A strong smell was released, so the monks saved the burnt coffee, putting it in a container with hot water. When they drank the liquid, they realized it helped them stay awake during nightly prayers. Coffee contains a lot of caffeine, a substance that has the effect of keeping people awake and feeling energetic. Over the years, coffee making in Ethiopia has changed into ceremonies led by the women in households. The social value of the coffee ceremony is one of our biggest traditions, Marcos said. The London Coffee Festival started in 2011. It also provides a chance for coffee lovers to come together. Antene Mulu is one of the owners of the Ethiopian Coffee Company in central London. He said the festival has helped spread Ethiopian coffee to a new community. Mulu and his business partner Polly Hamilton opened their store in 2013. Like Kaffa Coffee, they import directly from Ethiopia, where beans are named for the area where they were grown. As Ethiopia's traditions spread outside the country, both Marcos and Mulu hope more people will be pushed to value their community over concerns about drinking caffeine in their coffee. I'm Dan Novak.
Hello, our question for today on Ask a Teacher comes from a reader in Brazil. I have an easy question. Why does Sir Elton John use don't and not doesn't in the song This Train Don't Stop There Anymore? Thanks. Louise, Brazil. Dear Louise, that's a great question. As an English teacher, I often hear things in songs that do not follow grammar rules. Sometimes I believe it is because the songwriter wants to speak in a way that is used by another community. Also, informal or everyday language is often not completely grammatical. Let's look at some of the words of This Train Don't Stop There Anymore. It appears in a collection of songs called Songs from the West Coast, published in 2001. The songwriter Bernie Taupin co-wrote this and many other songs with Elton John. Taupin wrote the words and John wrote the music. Taupin said he was always interested in Americana, the culture and history of America, and in country and Western music. That helps explain the images and language he put into this song. In the first part, the singer says he does not believe in miracles anymore and has lost strong feelings about romantic love. The second part brings in images of an old kind of train.
I used to be the Mail Express, all steam and whistles heading west, picking up my pain from door to door, riding on the storyline, furnace burning overtime. But this train don't stop. This train don't stop. This train don't stop there anymore.
The singer tells us of the strong emotions he once had by comparing them to a fast or express train. The high, sharp sound of a train warning people of its approach is called a whistle. Old trains used to be powered by steam engines that let out whistles as they passed through towns. If we connect these words to the earlier part of the song, we can get a picture in our mind of a lonely, isolated place. A town where the train no longer stops is usually a quiet place with little activity. We can suppose that town is like the singer's heart. My understanding of the song is that the singer is saying he no longer wants to be in love because the feeling is too strong. Continuing the image of the train, he sings,
It really means my engine's breaking down.
What do you think, Luis? Would the song be just as good if Elton John sang, "That train doesn't stop there anymore"? Maybe it would not have the quality of informal language Tapan was hoping for. And that's Ask a Teacher for this week. Do you have a question for the teacher? Write to us at learningenglish@voanews.com. I'm Jill Robbins.
In northern Chile, Teófila Chalapa learned to weave or make cloth surrounded by the high hills and sandy roads of the Atacama Desert. Spin the threads, girl, her grandmother told her 50 years ago. The 59-year-old Chalapa is Aymara, a native South American Indian people. She raises alpacas and llamas. The animals' hair can be cut off and turned into cloth called wool. We had no clothes or money, so we needed to learn how to dress with our own hands, said Chalapa. She lives in Caraquima, a town with fewer than 500 people near the Chile-Bolivia border. The knowledge of weaving passes from one generation to another, securing a Mara family's connection with their land. Chalapa prays before beginning her work. Mother Earth, give me strength, because you're the one who will produce, not me.
Among the 3 million Aymaras who live along the borders of Chile, Peru, and Bolivia, the earth is known as Pachamama. Acts to honor Pachamama and asks for Earth's blessings are a part of everyday life for the people. I believe in God, but the earth provides us with everything, Chalapa said. Pachamama inspires Chalapa's work in textiles. It provides means for survival, too. My animals are my mother, Chalapa said. Her alpacas and llamas were a source of meat, wool, and emotional support during the difficult years she spent as a single parent raising her children. Aymara weavers cut off their animals' wool in October when the weather is warmer. The llamas keep several centimeters of wool to keep them warm and ready for the floreo. During this ancient ceremony, celebrated in February, Aymaras tie wool flowers to their animals, identifying them as their property. They also thank Pachamama for providing them the things they need. Once the wool is collected and cleaned, the weavers use their fingers to pull threads out of it. The threads are grouped together and placed on a weaving machine called a loom.
Aymara women like Chalapa use the money they make from the sale of wool products to send their children to school. I thank God because I always told myself, I don't want them to be like me, said Marcelina Choque, another woman weaver who lives in the town of Pozo Almonte.
This is my only profession. If I don't sell, I have nothing. Such generational progress comes with mixed emotions, however. I taught my daughters how to weave just like me, but now that they have other jobs, they don't weave anymore, Choke said. Several women weavers say the traditional work may end because younger Aymara are moving away from their hometowns. The weavers say there are few young Aymara women who know how to use a loom. In rural areas, there is a significant migration of young people, and the population is aging, said Luis Pizarro, who works at the Agricultural Development Institute of Chile.
The organization supports rural development for Chilean communities connected to the Aymara culture, Pizarro said. The goal is to increase the farming of alpacas and llamas and products through special events and online. Recently, the Institute held a fashion show inside a shopping center in the city of Iquique. Teofila Chilapa, Maria Choque, and other women had their daughters serve as models at the show and sold some of their work. We try to get daughters and granddaughters of artisans involved in their cultural inheritance, Pizarro said. Nayoreth Chilapa, no relation to Teofila, speaks proudly about her mother, who taught her how to pick the perfect plants for coloring the cloth. The colors of our textiles are related to nature, the earth, the sky, the hills. The land is sacred for us, the 25-year-old said. She said the work represents the maker's emotions, as well as the llamas, flowers, and mountains she wants to keep present. Nayoreth Chilapa moved to a city to attend university like so many others. But home is never far from her heart. When migrating, many forget their ethnicity and leave their roots behind, Chilapa said. But my family tries to avoid that. I'm Gregory Stockel.
And I'm Gina Bennett.
Hearts and crosses. Baldy Woods reached for a drink and got it. When Baldy wanted something, he usually got it. But this is not Baldy's story. Now he took his third drink, which was larger than the first and the second. Baldy had been listening to the troubles of a friend. Now Baldy was going to tell his friend what to do. So the friend was buying him the drinks. This was the right thing for the friend to do. "I'd be king if I were you," said Baldy. He said it loudly and strongly. Webb Yeager moved his wide hat back on his head. He put his fingers in his yellow hair and moved it about. It now looked wilder than before. But this did not help him to think better. Therefore, he also got another drink. "If a man marries a queen, it ought not make him nothing," said Webb. Here was his real problem. "Surely not," said Baldy. "You ought to be a king, but you're only the queen's husband. That's what happens to a man in Europe if he marries the king's daughter. His wife becomes a queen, but is he a king? No. His only duty is to appear with the queen in pictures and be the father of the next king. That's not right. Yes, Webb, you are only the queen's husband. And if I were you, I'd turn everything upside down and I would be king. Baldy finished his drink. Baldy, said Webb, you and I have been cowboys together for years. We've been riding the same roads since we were very young. I wouldn't talk about my family to anyone but you. You were working on the Nopalito Ranch when I married Santa McAllister. I was foreman then. What am I now? Nothing. Well, when old McAllister was cattle king of West Texas, continued Baldy, you were important. You told people what to do. Your commands were as strong as his. That was true, said Webb, until he discovered that I wanted to marry Santa. Then he sent me as far away from the ranch house as he could. When the old man died, they started to call Santa the cattle queen. Now, I tell the cattle what to do. That's all. She takes care of all the business. She takes care of all the money. I can't sell any cattle, not one animal. Santa is the queen and I'm nothing. I would be king if I were you, said Baldy Woods again. When a man marries a queen, he ought to be the same as she is. Plenty of people think it's strange, Webb. Your words mean nothing on the Nopalito Ranch. Mrs. Yeager is a fine little lady, but a man ought to be the head of his own house. Webb's brown face grew long with sadness. With that expression in his wild yellow hair and his blue eyes, he looked like a schoolboy who had lost his leadership to another strong boy. Yet his tall body looked too strong for such a thing to happen to him. I'm riding back to the ranch today, he said. It was easy to see that he did not want to go. I have to start some cattle on the road to San Antonio tomorrow morning. Well, I'll go with you as far as Dry Lake, said Baldy. The two friends got on their horses and left the little town where they had met that morning. At Dry Lake, they stopped to say goodbye. They had been riding for miles without talking. But in Texas, talk does not often continue steadily. Many things may happen between words. But when you begin to talk again, you're still talking about the same thing. So now Webb added something to the talk that began 10 miles away. You remember, Baldy, there was a time when Santa was different. You remember the days when old McAllister kept me away from the ranch house. Remember how she would send me a sign that she wanted to see me? Old McAllister said that he would kill me if I came near enough. You remember the sign she used to send, Baldy? The picture of a heart with a cross inside it? Me? Cried Baldy. Sure, I remember. Every cowboy on the ranch knew that sign of the heart and the cross. We would see it on things sent out from the ranch. We would see it on anything. It would be on newspapers, on boxes of food. Once I saw it on the back of the shirt of a cook that McAllister sent from the ranch. Santa's father made a promise that she wouldn't write to me or send me any word. That heart and cross sign was her plan. When she wanted to see me, she would put that mark on something that she knew I would see. And when I saw it, I traveled fast to the ranch that same night. I would meet her outside the house. Well, we all knew it, said Baldy. But we never said anything. We wanted you to marry Santa. We knew why you had that fast horse. When we saw the heart and the cross on something from the ranch, we always knew your horse was going to go fast that night. The last time Santa sent me the sign, said Webb, was when she was sick. When I saw it, I got on my horse and started. It was a 40-mile ride. She wasn't at our meeting place. I went to the house. Old McAllister met me at the door. Did you come here to get killed? He said. I won't kill you this time. I was going to send for you. Santa wants you. Go in that room and see her. Then come out here and see me. Santa was lying in bed very sick, but she smiled and put a hand in mine, and I sat down by the bed, mud and riding clothes and all. I could hear you coming for hours, Webb, she said. I was sure you would come. You saw the sign? I saw it, I said. It's our sign, she said. Hearts and crosses. To love and to suffer. That's what they mean. And old Dr. Musgrove was there. And Santa goes to sleep, and Dr. Musgrove touches her face, and he says to me, You were good for her, but go away now. The little lady will be all right in the morning. Old McAllister was outside her room. She's sleeping, I said. Now you can start killing me. You have plenty of time. I haven't anything to fight with. Old McAllister laughs and says to me, Killing the best foreman in West Texas is not good business. I don't know where I could get another good foreman. I don't want you in the family, but I can use you on the Nopalito if you stay away from the ranch house. You go up and sleep, and then we'll talk. The two men prepared to separate. They took each other's hand. Bye, Baldy, said Webb. I'm glad I saw you and had this talk. With a sudden rush, the two riders were on their way. Then Baldy pulled his horse to a stop and shouted. Webb turned. If I were you, came Baldy's loud voice, I would be king. At 8 the following morning, Bud Turner got off his horse at the Nopalito Ranch House. Bud was the cowboy who was taking the cattle to San Antonio. Mrs. Yeager was outside the house putting water on some flowers. In many ways, Santa was like her father, King McAllister. She was sure about everything. She was afraid of nothing. She was proud. But Santa looked like her mother. She had a strong body and a soft prettiness. Because she was a woman, her manners were womanly. But she liked to be queen, as her father had liked to be king. Webb stood near her, giving orders to 2 or 3 cowboys. Good morning, said Bud. Where do you want the cattle to go? To Barber's as usual? The queen always answered such a question. All the business, buying, selling, and banking had been held in her hands. Care of the cattle was given to her husband. When King McAllister was alive, Santa was his secretary and his helper. She had continued her work, and her work had been successful. But before she could answer, the queen's husband spoke. You drive those cattle to Zimmerman's and Nesbitt's. I spoke to Zimmerman about it. Bud turned, ready to go. Wait, called Santa quickly. She looked at her husband with surprise in her gray eyes. What do you mean, Webb? She asked. I never deal with Zimmerman and Nesbitt. Barber has bought all the cattle from this ranch for 5 years. I'm not going to change. She said to Bud Turner, Take those cattle to Barber. Bud did not look at either of them. He stood there waiting. I want those cattle to go to Zimmerman and Nesbitt, said Webb. There was a cold light in his blue eyes. It's time to start, said Santa to Bud. Tell Barber we'll have more cattle ready in about a month. Bud allowed his eyes to turn and meet Webb's. You take those cattle, said Webb, to Barber, said Santa quickly. Let's say no more about it. What are you waiting for, Bud? Nothing, said Bud. But he did not hurry to move away, for man is man's friend, and he did not like what had happened. You heard what she said, cried Webb. We do what she commands. He took off his hat and made a wide movement with it, touching the floor. Webb, said Santa, what's wrong with you today? I'm acting like the Queen's fool, said Webb. What can you expect? Let me tell you, I was a man before I married a cattle queen. What am I now? Something for the cowboys to laugh at. But I'm going to be a man again. Santa looked at him. Be reasonable, Webb, she said quietly. There's nothing wrong. You take care of the cattle, I take care of the business. You understand the cattle. I understand the business better than you do. I learned it from my father. I don't like kings and queens, said Webb, unless I'm one of them myself. All right, it's your ranch. Barber gets the cattle. Webb's horse was tied near the house. He walked into the house and brought out the supplies he took on long rides. These he began to tie on his horse. Santa followed him. Her face had lost some of its color. Webb got on his horse. There was no expression on his face except a strange light burning in his eyes. "There's some cattle at the Hondo waterhole," he said. "They ought to be moved. Wild animals have killed 3 of them. I did not remember to tell Sims to do it. You tell him." Santa put a hand on the horse and looked her husband in the eye. "Are you going to leave me, Webb?" she asked quietly. "I'm going to be a man again," he answered. "I wish you success," she said with a sudden coldness. She turned and walked into the house. Webb Yeager went to the southeast as straight as he could ride. And when he came to the place where the sky and the earth seemed to meet, he was gone. Those at the Nopalito knew nothing more about him. Days passed, then weeks, then months, but Webb Yeager did not return.
And that's the Learning English podcast for today. Be sure to come back next week for the next part of the story. Thanks to all our VOA colleagues for their work on today's program.
Most importantly, thank you for listening. For more, visit our website at learningenglish.voanews.com. I'm Katie Weaver.
And I'm Dan Friedel.
And this is VOA1, The Hits.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, Dan Friedel reports on the Nobel Prize in Literature. Mario Ritter Jr. has a story about how immigrants in the U.S. are more hopeful about the future than American-born citizens. Brian Lynn reports on how many girls around the world are not using the internet. Next, Gina Bennett has a story on a project in Cuba that combines fishing and farming. Later, John Russell presents the Everyday Grammar lesson on grammar and uncertainty. But first, here is Dan Friedel.
The Swedish Academy awarded this year's Nobel Prize in Literature to a Norwegian known for considering life's basic choices in his 40 years of work. 64-year-old Jan Fosse was first published in the 1980s and became well known in the 1990s. His works include a play called Someone is Going to Come, which was performed to praise in Paris in 1999. Later, he wrote a series of books called The Septology, which he finished in 2021. The last part of Septology, called A New Name, was a finalist for the Booker Prize in 2022. Fosse created plays, books, and children's books. He also worked on a translation of the Bible into Norwegian. He is known for writing in the Nynorsk language, which is understandable to all Norwegians, but it is used by only 10% of the nation's 5.4 million people. Swedish Academy member Anders Olsson said Fosse's work has had a universal impact. The Academy also called his work innovative and noted his ability to give voice to the unsayable. The group explained that his books discuss life's deepest feelings about things like life and death. Fosse said he had been thinking he might be awarded the prize for the last 10 years, but he was still surprised to get the phone call on Thursday. He told a Swedish broadcaster, "I've been part of the discussion for 10 years and have prepared myself for 10 years that it could happen." He told a Norwegian broadcaster he has no more prizes left to win. Everything will be downhill from now on. He noted that he started writing as a boy, and his first work came out 40 years ago. "I don't plan to compete with myself," he said. The writer added he will celebrate the prize calmly with his family. Fosse said 1969 Nobel Literature Prize winner Samuel Beckett of Ireland influenced his writing style. Beckett wrote the play Waiting for Godot. Guy Pusey is a teacher of Scandinavian Studies at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland. He called Fosse's writing sparse and said his simple expressions take on a lot deeper meaning. The Associated Press notes critics might call Fosse a safe choice for his highbrow writing only known to people in small literary circles. The Academy has been criticized for being too centered on men from Northern Europe and North America. That includes criticism from Annie Ernaux, last year's winner. Only 17 of 119 winners have been women. Recent winners who have been popular writers include Mario Vargas Llosa of Peru, Kazuo Ishiguro of Japan, and Alice Munro of Canada. The Academy got a lot of attention for choosing American musician Bob Dylan in 2016. Supporters say recent winners, including Dylan, show that the Nobel Committee is interested in writers who are both popular and praised by critics. Fosse's publisher says his work has been translated into 40 languages, and his plays have been produced over 1,000 times. And he is the fourth Norwegian to win the prize, but the first since 1928. I'm Dan Friedel.
Immigrants in America are more hopeful about the future than citizens who were born in the United States. That is what a recent opinion study of 3,358 immigrant adults found. The study, or survey, aimed to find out what the immigrant adults thought about a number of issues. Shannon Schumacher is a researcher at KFF, a non-profit organization based in San Francisco that works with health policy. It was formerly known as the Kaiser Family Foundation. She described what the immigrants told her this way. They said, "You know, I face challenges here in the U.S., but it's far better than where I came from, and I have this belief that things will be better for my children." Schumacher added, whether that's their education, their safety, their economic opportunities, they think that they're better off and their children are better off. The survey was a partnership between KFF and the Los Angeles Times newspaper. The organizations carried out the study between April 10th and June 12, 2023. The immigrants answered questions by telephone, mail, and online. The questions could be answered in any of the 10 most commonly spoken languages in the United States. They include English, Spanish, Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, Portuguese, Haitian Creole, Arabic, French, and Tagalog. Schumacher said it is the most complete survey of immigrants in the U.S. today. The survey can really help inform the public more about immigrants and really bring their voices to the forefront, she said. Schumacher added, "We don't actually hear about immigrants often in their own voices." Immigrants make up 16% of adults in the U.S. They come from many different countries and are from many classes of people. Their belief in a better future remains, although they face many difficulties. Most of the immigrants in the survey have jobs. About half said they have experienced discrimination in the workplace. 3 in 10 said they had been paid less for doing the same job or have had fewer opportunities to get a better job or increased pay compared to their U.S.-born co-workers. Healthcare can be another problem. 1 in 5 immigrants delayed or did not get health care in the past few years. Often, the reason is lack of money or health insurance. And if they see a medical worker, the experience is not always good. The survey said that Black and Hispanic immigrants face the most discrimination. Researchers worked with activist groups within the different immigrant communities to find people to talk to. The researchers said the English word discrimination was a problem because it does not always mean the same thing in different cultures and languages. People aren't sure what that means, Schumacher said. She added that they might use different words, or they say something that maybe we as researchers would say, "Oh, that's discrimination," but they call it bullying, or someone just being mean. To deal with possible miscommunication, researchers asked direct questions to identify experiences that they defined as discrimination. They did this even if the survey subject did not call the experience discrimination. For example, the researcher might ask, "Have you ever been not paid for all the hours you've worked? Have you been harassed or threatened or been told to go back to your country?" I'm Mario Ritter, Jr.
A new report suggests many girls across the world are not using the Internet because of online abuse, discrimination, or other issues. The report was produced by a non-profit group called Girl Effect. The organization carries out research and programs aimed at linking young girls to education, useful products, and technology. The effort was also supported by the Malala Fund, the United Nations Children's Agency UNICEF, and the Vodafone Americas Foundation. The report says many girls face numerous barriers to using the Internet, especially on mobile devices. Girl Effect describes a situation on the Internet that it says can favor boys over girls. It calls the situation a digital divide. The digital gender divide is real and is creating public spaces where women, especially girls, are being left behind, said Girl Effect Chief Executive Jessica Posner-Adede in a statement. She added that girls are often told they are vulnerable, less competent, and unable to protect themselves online. The group's report said these kinds of statements can reshape girls' beliefs and opinions and prevent them from fully taking part in numerous online activities. This can severely limit the information they see and can block educational and job progress. Online abuse and concerns about Internet safety have resulted in many girls setting up more protections and behaving more conservatively when connecting with others and sharing personal information online, the report said. The report is based on a public opinion study involving more than 10,000 boys and girls aged 14 to 21. A separate part questioned parents of the youth. Data was collected in 7 countries: Ethiopia, India, Jordan, Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, and Tanzania. Comparative data came from Britain and the United States. The report noted that women across low- and middle-income countries are 7% less likely than men to own a mobile phone and are 19% less likely to use mobile Internet. The report suggests a digital gender divide exists, although governments worldwide have taken steps to prevent it. A UNICEF study released earlier this year showed that in 54 countries there is a median gender ratio of 71. This means that for every 100 young boys and men who use the Internet, only 71 young girls and women do. Recent studies have also shown that women experience more online abuse, persuading large numbers of girls to quit social media services such as Facebook and Instagram. The Girl Effect report found that among digitally connected youth, 12% more girls than boys said they feel self-conscious while using social media. The report also said girls are 11% less likely to place photos or comments online compared to boys of the same age. Mitali Nikor is a gender policy specialist at research group Nikor Associates based in New Delhi. She told the Thomson Reuters Foundation that girls who limit their online activity often carry this behavior with them into the workplace. This can lead to difficulties for women who might hold back in demonstrating their skills and building strategic connections, Nikor said. Nikor noted she thinks several things are needed to help solve the problems girls are facing. One is to improve the availability of mobile devices for girls and young women across the world. Other possible solutions include establishing more digital literacy programs and efforts to end gender-based discrimination. I'm Brian Lynn.
Cuba is undergoing economic crisis and shortages. This can make even simple efforts like fishing or farming complex. That is why 2 young Cuban businessmen decided to turn to aquaponics to get better results and increase the amount of food available on the island nation. Aquaponics is a practice that uses wastewater from fish farming to grow food plants in a soilless environment. It brings together fishing and farming in a way that is both efficient and environmentally friendly. Joel Lopez, co-owner of JoJo Aquaponics, said the practice is a perfect fit for Cuba. From fish to the production of food plants, everything is natural, he said, while showing visitors the building where JoJo Aquaponics farms outside of Havana, the capital of Cuba. At the end of the month, the harvest includes both a protein from the fish and a vegetable green, all without the use of expensive chemicals such as fertilizers and pesticides. Cuba is facing its worst economic downturn in many years. Shortages of food, medicine, and fuel have led the government to seek help from businesses in finding new solutions. But businesses face a difficult environment in Cuba. The trade ban enforced by the United States makes doing business complex. And the Cuban government only recently permitted private businesses. Jose Martinez is a co-owner of JoJo Aquaponics. He said aquaponics is costly and it has been difficult to raise money for the project. Martinez added that his business received some money from local government, though it was not enough. Even with the barriers, many Cubans increasingly believe private businesses will succeed in a country where the average person earns less than $20 a month. I'm Gina Bennett.
Consider an unusual time in your life. Perhaps your country was having a financial crisis or a political crisis. Perhaps one of your family members became sick. In other words, you were facing an uncertain situation. How do you talk about such situations? That question will be the subject of today's everyday grammar. You will learn about questions and answers. You will also learn about verbs and expressions used to talk about uncertainty. Let's start with some important terms and ideas. Uncertainty means that something is doubtful or unknown. And as the saying goes, life is full of uncertainties. We often ask friends, family, coworkers, or even strangers about their thoughts and expectations during uncertain times. There are two closely related questions we use in such situations. One involves will, and the other involves be going to. Although the questions have different wording, their meaning is the same. So, we have,
what do you think will happen? What do you think is going to happen?
The structures of these questions are complex. We have the question word, what, the helping verb, do, the subject, you, the verb, think, and then the future marker, either will or be going to, along with happen. We can also make our questions more exact by adding a noun or noun phrase after the word to near the end of the question. So you might ask, what do you think will happen to? What do you think is going to happen to? If your country has an uncertain financial situation, you might ask one of the following questions.
What will happen to the economy? What is going to happen to the economy?
If your brother becomes sick, you might ask a doctor one of these questions.
What will happen to my brother? What is going to happen to my brother?
These questions are open-ended. In other words, you are asking the person to give an answer that includes a lot of information. We have explored questions about uncertainty, but how do we give answers? Answers could involve expressions, some specific verbs and adverbs, as well as phrasal verbs. In terms of expressions, a person might say,
I don't know. I have no clue.
Verbs that we might use include hope, think, or doubt. Listen to these sentences.
I hope the economy turns around quickly. I think the political disagreement will be solved quickly. I doubt the economy will continue to fall apart.
And in the case of adverbs, we might use likely or unlikely, as in the following sentences.
It is likely that the economy will crash. It is unlikely that the economy will crash.
With phrasal verbs, we might use look like, meaning to seem to be something because of appearances. So you might hear a person say,
It looks like the government is going to shut down. It looks like that politician is going to win the election.
In the examples, look like suggests that the speaker has formed an idea about the situation. When you say, it looks like something is going to happen, you are saying that you think something is likely to happen, even if the situation is uncertain. The next time you read the news or watch a movie, pay careful attention to how speakers talk about uncertainty. Do the speakers use some of the terms and ideas we explored today, or do they use different terms? With time, you will notice that uncertainty and discussions about uncertainty make up a large part of our lives. I'm John Russell.
just heard this week's Everyday Grammar. John Russell joins us now to talk a little more about the lesson. Welcome, John.
Hi, Dan. Thanks for having me on the show.
So why did you choose uncertainty as the subject of today's lesson?
I can give a general answer and a specific answer. The general answer is that uncertainty and discussions about uncertainty play a big part in our lives. We have all faced uncertain situations. We have all talked about uncertain situations with friends and family.
Yeah, that's true. And what was the specific answer to the question?
Well, last week there were uncertain times in the United States. As a result of a disagreement over financing, it looked like the government was going to shut down.
I noticed that you used one of the phrasal verbs from today's lesson. Look like.
That's right. The examples in the report gave it in the present. It looks like. But we can use it in the past as well. It looked like.
And it looks like the disagreements will continue into next month, when government financing will again be the subject of a vote in Congress.
That's right. And the outcome of the vote is uncertain.
So much uncertainty. Thanks for coming on the show today, John.
Thanks for having me. See you next time.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
Movie theaters too. VOA1 The Hits.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, Dan Friedel has a story on the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. Gina Bennett reports on a training program in Pakistan for Afghan women. Brian Lynn brings us the technology report on a study about AI tools in the workplace. Later, Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins present the English lesson of the day. But first,
3 scientists in the United States won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry on Wednesday. The 3 won for their discovery of quantum dots, a technology widely used today to make displays for electronic devices and medical imaging. The Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences awarded the prize to Monji Bawendi of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Louis Bruce of Columbia University in New York, and Alexei Yekimov of Nanocrystals Technology. The Academy said the 3 were honored for their work with particles that have unique properties and now spread their light from television screens and LED lamps. LED lights are electronic lights used all over the world, which use energy very effectively. Pernilla Wittung Stafschede, a member of the Nobel Committee that awarded the prize, said, "We have displays on TVs, in your cell phone, that use quantum dots inside." Quantum dots are extremely small particles called nanoparticles. They are said to be about 1/10,000th the width of a human hair. The dots glow blue, red, green, or other colors when exposed to light. The color they give off depends on the size of the particles. Larger dots look red and smaller dots look blue. The color change is caused by the behavior of electrons in these small spaces. Physicists had predicted these color change properties as early as the 1930s. However, it took 50 years of research and development to control the size of quantum dots correctly. Yakimov and Bruce were the early researchers of the technology, but Wendy is credited with developing the production of quantum dots being used today. But Wendy used the words very surprised, sleepy, shocked, unexpected, and very honored to describe his feelings. But Wendy added he was not thinking about the possible uses of his work when he started researching quantum dots. The motivation really is the basic science, a basic understanding, the curiosity of how does the world work. And that's what drives scientists and academic scientists to do what they do, he said. Bruce said the practical uses of quantum dots, like creating the colors in TV screens, are something he was hoping for when he started the work many years ago. Basic research is extremely hard to predict exactly how it's going to work out, Bruce said. It's more for the knowledge base than it is for the actual materials, but in this case, it's both. Yakimov is the former chief scientist at Nanocrystals Technology, a company based in New York where he started working in 1999. The Swedish Academy credited him with showing how the size of nanoparticles affected the colors in glass. I'm Dan Friedel.
In a small building in Peshawar, Pakistan, a group of Afghan women watch a teacher show them how to use a sewing machine. The training program was established last year by Mara Bashir, who saw an increasing number of women coming from neighboring Afghanistan. Since the Taliban took over in 2021, women in Afghanistan have faced growing restrictions and an economic crisis. Bashir created the program to provide choices for women to support themselves. She teaches sewing, digital skills, and beauty treatments. And Bashir quickly found hundreds of women wanting to join the program. If we get assistance, I think we will be able to train between 250 and 500 students at one time, empowering women who can play an important role in the community, Bashir said. Officials say hundreds of thousands of Afghans have traveled to Pakistan since the Taliban took over in 2021. Even before then, 1.5 million registered refugees were in the country. This is one of the largest such populations in the world, the United Nations Refugee Agency says. More than 1 million others are estimated to live there unregistered. Struggling with an economic crisis of its own, Pakistan's government is increasingly worried about the number of Afghan refugees. Many Afghans have been arrested in recent months. Lawyers and officials say they do not have the correct legal documents to live in Pakistan. Bashir said that her main aim was expanding operations for Afghan women. But she has also included some Pakistani women in the program to increase their choices in the conservative area. The training program lasts 3 months. When they complete the program, the women direct their attention to earning enough money to survive. Many women begin their own businesses. Fatima, a 19-year-old from Afghanistan, completed the training program. She said she wants to open a beauty salon in Peshawar. It is currently banned in her home country, just a few hours away. I'm Gina Bennett.
An experiment involving hundreds of office workers has found that artificial intelligence, AI, tools can greatly help but also hurt worker performance. AI tools designed to operate at human levels have greatly expanded in popularity over the past year. These include OpenAI's ChatGPT, Google's Bard, and Microsoft's AI-powered search engine, Bing. Such tools, also known as chatbots or generative AI, are computer-powered systems. They are designed to interact smoothly with humans and perform high-level writing and creative work. In recent months, these tools have demonstrated an ability to produce high-quality work. This has led some technology experts to warn that generative AI systems could end up replacing workers in many industries. This year, researchers at Harvard Business School and other organizations carried out an experiment. It aimed to test how well AI tools could help workers perform their usual duties or tasks. It involved more than 700 business advisors, called consultants, from Massachusetts-based Boston Consulting Group. Harvard Business School recently published results from the experiment in a working paper. The main findings suggest that AI tools like ChatGPT can greatly improve worker performance. For example, researchers found that, on average, workers who used OpenAI's latest ChatGPT-4 tool completed 12% more tasks than non-ChatGPT users. Tasks carried out with help from the AI technology were completed 25% faster, and the team found the quality of work performed by consultants using ChatGPT-4 increased about 40%. Work tasks used in the study covered 4 main areas: creativity, analytical thinking, writing and persuasiveness. The team gave examples of worker tasks in each of these areas. One example for creativity was propose at least 10 ideas for a new shoe targeting an underserved market or sport. For writing, consultants were asked to write a press release with marketing copy for a new product. To show persuasiveness, workers were told to write a letter to employees that explained why a particular product would beat competitors. Harvard Business School's Fabrizio Delacroix was the paper's lead writer. He told technology website VentureBeat he thinks the results were especially important because they showed that AI tools can help even highly educated, experienced workers. The fact that we could boost the performance of these highly paid, highly skilled consultants from top elite MBA institutions, I would say that's really impressive, Delacroix said. However, the paper also noted areas where the performance of consultants using ChatGPT-4 dropped. The researchers said this was especially true with tasks the AI tool was not good at completing. Of tasks the AI was good at, the experiment showed it significantly improved human performance, the paper said. But for tasks ChatGPT-4 was not right for, humans relied too much on the AI and were more likely to make mistakes. The researchers reported that consultants who used AI for tasks it was not well equipped for were 19% less likely to produce correct solutions compared to those without AI. The experiment also showed how consultants used the AI tool differently to improve their work. The researchers said some workers purposely divided the tasks, with some being completely carried out by the AI tool, and others the workers themselves carried out completely. Other workers chose to use AI for all tasks while continually interacting with the technology. The team suggests one of the biggest barriers to companies effectively using AI is not knowing which tasks can be completed best with the technology. Finding this out will require businesses to carry out thoughtful research and training efforts in order to find the right mix of AI and human-level work. I'm Brian Lynn.
Brian Lynn is here to talk more about his technology report. Thanks for being here again, Brian.
Sure, Dan. Glad to be here.
This week, you reported on an experiment that aimed to measure how AI tools can help workers with their jobs. What kinds of workers were involved in the research?
So in this experiment, one of the first of its kind actually to study the effects of ChatGPT-style tools in the workplace, researchers centered on professional workers, and they were consultants involved in marketing activities. So their jobs require them to sometimes be very creative and come up with new product ideas on their own. And this was one of the areas where the researchers noted the AI tool performed quite well.
And in what areas did the AI system struggle to produce human-quality results?
So the researchers said there were certain areas where the AI tools did not perform very well. and these included tasks where the AI was asked to analyze specific problems a particular business was experiencing. So these tasks, which were more strategic in nature, were much harder for the AI to handle compared to creating, say, a list of ideas for a new product launch.
So, did organizers of the experiment offer any suggestions for companies on how to improve the ways their employees use AI?
Yes, one of the main suggestions was that businesses should fully research what specific tasks are best handled by ChatGPT-style tools, because they said this is the only way their workers will be able to effectively use the technology when they know the AI tool's exact capabilities across many different areas of the company.
Got it. Thanks again for being here, Brian.
You're welcome. Thank you, Dan.
Hello, my name is Anna Mateo.
And my name is Jill Robbins.
And I'm Andrew Smith.
You're listening to the Learning English podcast. Welcome to the part of the show where we help you do more with our series, Let's Learn English. The series shows Anna Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C.
In the lessons we have been watching lately, Anna has been trying new things at work. In Lesson 18, she tried reading the news.
And the best word to describe that experience is challenging. Miss Weaver asked Anna to read the news without showing her feelings. Anna is very expressive, so that was difficult.
I hope her boss gives her another opportunity in this lesson. Let's watch the beginning of Lesson 19, a lesson we call, When Do I Start? Anna is talking with her boss on the phone to explain why she is late coming to work.
Hi there. Summer in Washington, D.C. is hot and sunny. I always ride the metro to work. Riding the metro is cool and fast. But today, it's closed. So I am walking to work. Ms. Weaver, I am late this morning. The metro is closed, so I am walking to work.
That's too bad. It's really hot today.
Yes, it is.
When you arrive, please come to my office. I have important news to tell you.
Of course. Goodbye. My boss has news for me. The question is it good news or bad news?
This is a phrase you will often hear in jokes and daily conversation. We talk about something being good news or bad news and give our listener a choice to hear one of them first. What do you think she will hear, Andrew?
I think she might hear some bad news, since she had so many problems trying to read the news objectively, as we said in our last podcast. Let's watch and find out.
Hello, Ms. Weaver.
Anna, I have good news and I have bad news. Which do you want to hear first?
The good news. No. Okay, the bad news.
Notice the way Ms. Weaver asked Anna to choose. She said, which do you want to hear first? If we have some difficult news or criticism to tell someone, we can add a more pleasant comment to make it easier to take.
A spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down, right? Let's see what the bad news is first.
The bad news is you are not good at reading the news.
Oh, I am very sorry to hear that.
So, starting next month, you will not read the news.
Next month is July. You are firing me in July.
No, I am not firing you in July, or in August, or in September. That is the good news.
Okay, you are not firing me. I am not reading the news. What will I be doing?
Once again, you're listening to the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. I'm Jill Robbins. If any of our listeners are not familiar with the word Anna uses here, firing, it means when someone is ordered to leave their job. Here we heard good news and bad news. The good news was that Anna will not lose her job. The bad news is Anna is not very good at reading the news.
I wonder what new position Anna will have. Did you notice how Anna summarized what Ms. Weaver says, or what she thinks she said? This is a skill we call summarizing. That means saying something you read or heard again in a shorter and simpler way.
A lot of school assignments involve summarizing. In fact, you could say a big part of our job here at VOA Learning English is summarizing. We take news stories and put them into simpler sentences. And Anna summarized what she heard Ms. Weaver say as a way of confirming her understanding.
Okay, you are not firing me. I am not reading the news. What will I be doing?
You're listening to the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. I'm Andrew Smith. Maybe Ms. Weaver should review Anna's skills and try to find something she's more able to do.
Great idea, Andrew. I think you'll be happy with the next clip then.
Well, you are good at asking questions. You are good at talking to people. You are good at showing your feelings. And you are great at being silly.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver. But what does all that mean?
I have a new assignment for you. Your skills are perfect for a new show. A children's show.
A children's show. That is awesome. When do I start?
You start next month. Start thinking of ideas for the show.
That sounds familiar. I think she has tons of ideas for the show, too. But you're right. Ms. Weaver helps Anna to see her strengths and gives her a new assignment. She doesn't want to spend a lot of time discussing them, so she summarizes them this way.
Well, you are good at asking questions. You are good at talking to people. You are good at showing your feelings. And you are great at being silly.
Jill, have you ever changed roles at a job?
Yeah, lots of times. But I had one job where I started out with limited responsibilities, but gradually my supervisor saw that I had some skills in organizing projects, so I was given more responsibility.
Skills like that can be learned through experience or by working with someone who is more experienced than you are. I think you might also have some talent, which is a quality you're born with.
I've never thought about that talent in relation to career skills. How about you? What talents and skills do you think are most valuable in your job?
It's a good question. And I think that's kind of a chicken and egg question or chicken and egg idea. That means it's hard to say which one comes first. I think I've developed some of my natural talents, like being able to use my voice well, maybe being able to sing a few simple songs or something like that. And those skills can help with broadcasting. I think other skills like writing have come mostly from my education and working to improve them.
I think you have great people skills too, like the soft skills we talked about in another podcast. I had to learn those skills myself because I was very shy when I was younger.
Yes, those soft skills sometimes take some time to learn, just like other skills. Now, I think before we go today, we should give our listeners a good news, bad news joke.
Are you sure? Most of those jokes are pretty dark. I mean, they deal with some serious issues like illness.
That's true, but don't worry. I have a good one. Here's the joke. There's a troop of soldiers out in the middle of the desert. The captain gets his men together and says, I have good news and bad news. The bad news is we have run out of food and there is nothing to eat but sand.
Oh, I know this one. The captain goes on to say, the good news is there's plenty of sand.
Oh.
So that's all for this lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. I'm Jill Robbins.
And I'm Andrew Smith. Be sure to follow us on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
VOA1 The Hits.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, Anna Matteo reports on a Vatican meeting on the future of the Catholic Church. Mario Ritter Jr. has a story on export restrictions causing food prices to rise around the world. Katie Weaver brings us the education report on how one rural American school system has been able to make gains in math. Later, Dan Friedel presents the English lesson of the day. But first,
Pope Francis, on Wednesday, is opening a gathering of bishops and others to discuss the future of the Roman Catholic Church. Some of the discussions include subjects that have never been considered before. For the first time, women and non-clergy can vote alongside bishops in what is called a synod of bishops. The change reflects Francis's belief that the Church is more about its people than its leaders. The gathering, called a synod, starts on October 4th and will end on the 29th. It will be followed by a second gathering next year. The second synod is expected to put forward detailed proposals for Francis to consider in a future document. The synod will have 365 voting members, including the Pope, and 54 women. Their numbers are chosen by national bishops' organizations and religious orders. In addition, there are around 100 experts and facilitators who will help move the discussion along. But they will not vote on a final document. The working document for the gathering came after 2 years of listening to concerns from Catholics around the world. The aim has been to raise questions and start a debate. For example, the document calls for specific steps to promote women to decision-making positions in the church. And it calls for church members to have more influence in church governance. It also suggests the inclusion of LGBTQ+ Catholics and measures to prevent clergy from abusing their power. Some conservatives have raised questions about the synod since Francis announced it 3 years ago. They said that those questions have already been settled by church teachings. And raising the questions only risks division among church members. Just this week, 5 conservative cardinals from Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas made their disagreement with Pope Francis public. In a letter, they put forward 5 questions, or dubia, asking Francis to affirm church teaching on these issues, including homosexuality and female clergy. They said the synod was creating confusion. Francis answered that changes in the world help the church to better understand and explain its teachings, and that the synod is a way to find the path forward. With much sincerity, I tell you, it's not good to be afraid of these questions, Francis told them. For 2 years, the preparation for the synod has been open to the public. However, the synod itself will be closed to outsiders. There will be no live stream of the gathering. Organizers say it will be a closed-door meeting, and those taking part have been told not to speak to reporters. No daily briefings are planned, as in earlier synods, although 5 briefings are expected to take place over the time of the gathering. Francis has defended the measures. The Pope said he did not want political gossip leaking out with news of attendees arguing over disputed issues. This isn't a television show, he told reporters in August. I'm Anna Mateo.
Important foods like grains and cooking oil again are growing more costly in many places around the world. Observers say that is because countries have put export restrictions in place to protect food supplies at home. They also blame the price rise on weather conditions and the Ukraine war. Caroline Kello is a 28-year-old who works at a hair salon in Kenya's capital, Nairobi. She experienced the rising cost of food while planning meals for her 2 children. The price of onions has risen by 200% since neighboring Tanzania restricted agricultural exports. Kyolo tried a different kind of onion, but those became too costly as well. Cooking oil and corn flour prices are increasing also. So, she said, I just decided to be cooking once a day. East Africa has fertile land and a large workforce, but the high cost of growing and transporting crops and a lack of rain have resulted in decreased local production. In the case of onions, the UN Food and Agricultural Organization found that in 2014, Kenya was getting half of its onions from Tanzania. Some traders have tried to get supplies from Ethiopia. Others have stopped selling onions altogether. But Timothy Kinua, who says prices have reached their highest level in 7 years, promised he would sell the crop. It's something we can't cook without, he said. Joseph Glauber is with the International Food Policy Research Institute in Washington. He said Tanzania's onion limits this year are one example of the spread of food restrictions. He called it a contagion, or something that spreads like an infectious disease. His organization says that 19 countries have put 41 food export restrictions in place. The restrictions include bans or taxes. India banned the export of some rice earlier this year, cutting 1/5 of the world's export market. Myanmar answered with its own export bans. India has also restricted onion exports. The action sent prices climbing in Bangladesh. Dry weather in Spain has hurt its olive crop, causing European buyers to look to Turkey. But rising prices there led to export limits. Morocco, which suffered a deadly earthquake recently, has also stopped exports of crops including onions, potatoes, and tomatoes. Over a period of years, food prices change sharply. In 2007 and 2008, rice and wheat prices doubled. Glauber, who also is a former economist for the Department of Agriculture, said changes are likely to continue. I think increased volatility is certainly the new normal, he said. For example, both Russia and Ukraine are major suppliers of wheat, barley, sunflower oil, and several other foods important to developing nations. The conflict between them interferes with production by both. Changes in weather are also affecting agriculture, observers say. El Niño is a periodic warm current in the southern Pacific Ocean. It is linked to changes in weather in several places around the world. Some scientists say climate change could make the El Niño current more severe, affecting weather everywhere. For example, a lack of rain in India means export restrictions there might not end with the new rice harvest in October. Most at risk from weather changes are nations that depend heavily on imported food. The World Bank, for example, notes that the Philippines imports 14% of its food. However, recent storms could mean further crop deficits. Rice prices there increased 8.7% in August. That is double the increase from the month before. I'm Mario Ritter, Jr.
Many students across the United States fell behind in math during the COVID-19 pandemic. Many educators are seeking ways to bring students back up to usual math levels. Such efforts paid off for a rural school system in the southern state of Alabama. It has shown major improvement. A study called the Nation's Report Card shows that Alabama students led the nation in maintaining math learning during the pandemic. And the state's Piedmont City school system landed at the top in a comparison of scores from before and during the pandemic. Nationwide, students on average fell half a year behind in math, researchers say. The Piedmont school system has about 1,100 students. 7 out of 10 children receive reduced cost or free meals in the schools. The school system has stuck with a policy it established before the pandemic. Teachers use test scores to learn where students are struggling and then target teaching to each child. We made a total transformation about 5 years ago, said Mike Hayes, the school system's chief. We decided that we were going to let data make every decision. Targeted instruction for small groups of students has years of research and evidence to back it up, said Rebecca Dreyfus of the educational nonprofit TNTP. The short answer is that using data effectively and efficiently to plan and monitor instruction is always going to make instruction better for kids, Dreyfus said. Piedmont students were 35th in math skills for the state in 2017, when Hayes became the school system's leader. By spring 2022, Piedmont's students had moved to 12th position. Once we made that decision and stuck to it and made changes and allowed our teachers time to look at the data and dive into the data, it paid off, Hayes said. As part of the effort, the Piedmont school system made the school day longer. This permitted time every 4 weeks for data days, when educators get together to study the numbers. Cassie Holbrooks teaches 4th grade math. She said the data days help teachers see where the weaknesses are and target instruction. 6th grade teacher Lisa Hayes joined the school system 5 years ago. She said she was surprised to see how hard teachers worked during the data days. When I came here and we had a work day, she said, you don't sit in your room. You're in here, the media center, most of the day, digging through test scores. Teachers then use the information to decide how to divide the students into small groups for targeted instruction. Grouping 2 to 6 students together to work on a specific skill has long been used for reading instruction and in younger grades. There is less research on the use of targeted small group instruction in math. But researchers like Dreyfus say it involves the same idea of identifying students who need extra help, rather than simply pulling out children who are behind. While math teachers in Piedmont schools work with small groups, other students write in their math books, play learning games, or work on individual learning plans. At first, when Piedmont expanded small group instruction in math, teachers said they did not have enough time to do the work well, Hayes said. So the schools expanded math and English language study time to between 80 and 120 minutes each day. The longer math classes made a big difference, teacher Landon Pruitt said. In a 52 or 53-minute class, he said, there's no way you can consistently do small groups and work on getting through the standards that you have to cover. The schools also had to help teachers adjust classroom management techniques as small groups and independent work would be done at the same time. Hayes said one solution was to give teachers a program to monitor each student's screen. The district wants to make sure teachers have the support and resources to do the job well, he added. I'm not sure we have a secret sauce or anything, Hayes said, but he noted that the teachers believe in learning data and letting that data direct instruction. I'm Katie Weaver.
That was Katie Weaver with today's Education Report. Katie joins me now to talk more about the story. Today's report was about a school system in Alabama that led the nation in maintaining math learning during the pandemic. You talked about the finding of a study called the Nation's Report Card. Can you tell us more about that?
The Nation's Report Card is officially called the National Assessment of Educational Progress, or NAEP. The National Center for Education Statistics, an agency of the Department of Education, carries out the study.
When did the Nation's Report Card begin?
The first assessment was in 1969. It's grown and changed over the years. The results of the testing help inform national education policies. The test is voluntary for every student, school, and state by federal law. However, if some states or school systems do not take part, they risk losing federal financial support.
What about private schools? Did they take part in the Nation's Report Card?
Sure. For each assessment, a sample of schools is chosen from the Private School Universe Survey, PSS for short. It collects and stores data on more than 33,000 non-public schools in the 50 states and the nation's capital, Washington, D.C.
Very interesting. Thanks for coming on the show today, Katie.
My pleasure, Dan.
In this next report, John Russell tells us about a British artist who creates art on an unusual surface. Pieces of dried chewing gum that have been crushed into the ground. Pay careful attention to the word spontaneous. We will talk more about it after the report.
Lying on London's famous Millennium Bridge, British artist Ben Wilson paints on a piece of dried gum. It has been crushed flat into the ground. The important thing is the gum is below the metal tread, said the 60-year-old Wilson. The beauty of it is they're all different shapes and sizes, he continued, describing pieces of gum. Wilson sees possibility in things most people avoid looking at. The flattened gum is a chance to turn a piece of waste into something beautiful. The artwork also is a way to surprise walkers and get them to take a closer look at the path they are on. By painting a picture which is so small, those that see it then discover a hidden world beneath their feet, Wilson said. Back in his North London art room, Wilson paints on the surface of a small mosaic tile. It will be part of a collection that he is creating on the walls of London's underground train platforms. The images are more personal than the chewing gum works, Wilson says, and represent a kind of visual diary. The pictures are a celebration of my life and those that I care dearly about, he said. They are a process of visual inquiry, trying to make sense of the world, he added. Wilson was born in London to artist parents. He remembers working with clay from the age of 3. He had his first art show when he was around 10 or 11 years old. He began making sculptures and large pieces for display in nature settings. Then his interest turned to waste, also called trash. He has been painting gum and other pieces of trash for 19 years. The top surface of the dried gum is not subject to local or national laws. As a result, the dried gum surface creates a space where Wilson says he can paint without damaging public property. I found this little space where I could create a form of art where I could be spontaneous and do something which evolves out of the place in which it's created, Wilson said. Government officials have removed much of the artist's public street art, but the hundreds of gum paintings on Millennium Bridge remain for all to see. I'm John Russell.
Before the report, we asked you to pay careful attention to the word spontaneous. Can you remember when you heard it? You heard the word in a quote from Ben Wilson. Let's listen again.
I found this little space where I could create a form of art where I could be spontaneous and do something which evolves out of the place in which it's created, Wilson said.
The word spontaneous is an adjective. It can be a tricky word. We spell it like this: spontaneous. Spontaneous dates to the 1650s, according to the online etymology dictionary. Spontaneous originally meant occurring without external stimulus, proceeding from an internal impulse. It comes from a Latin word meaning willing, of one's free will. In the quote from Ben Wilson, He said he wanted to create a form of art where he could be spontaneous, meaning he could create art in a natural and sudden way without a lot of planning. Google's Ngram viewer suggests that one of the most common ways English speakers use spontaneous is as part of a noun phrase that begins with the short word a. So, you might hear or read about a spontaneous decision or a spontaneous action. We also have a noun that is closely related to spontaneous. It is spontaneity, meaning a spontaneous character or quality. But Google's Ngram viewer tells us that spontaneity is much less frequently used than spontaneous. As a result, you can think of spontaneity and spontaneous as family members, but one, spontaneous, the adjective and star of this lesson, is more popular. Let's end with a short quiz. Fill in the blank in the following sentence. He described the artwork as blank blank expression of joy. Here is one possible answer. He described the artwork as a spontaneous expression of joy. And that's the lesson of the day. I'm Dan Friedel.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
This is VOA One The Hits.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, Katie Weaver has a story on Columbus Day and Indigenous Peoples Day in the United States. Mario Ritter Jr. reports on China's plans to increase the size of its space station. Brian Lynn brings us the science report on a NASA spacecraft launched to study a metal asteroid. Later, Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins present the English lesson of the day. But first,
this Monday is Columbus Day in the United States. The U.S. government established Columbus Day as a national holiday in 1934 to honor the explorer Christopher Columbus. The day recognizes Columbus's arrival in the Americas in October 1492. Recently, critics have said that Columbus did not discover America since native people already lived there. His explorations helped open the way for a huge migration of Europeans to what they called the New World. This brought war, disease, and death to many native peoples. Some American states have since moved away from honoring Columbus and instead observe a day for Native American people. In 2021, President Joe Biden issued the first ever presidential proclamation of Indigenous Peoples Day. The day is to be celebrated along with Columbus Day. The May 2020 death of George Floyd, an unarmed black man in the state of Minnesota, led to nationwide protests against police use of force and racial injustice. Protesters directed some of their anger at statues and monuments honoring Confederate officials from the American Civil War. Many cities then removed the statues and monuments said to be connected to racial injustice, racism, and slavery. The anger led to protest attacks on memorials to Columbus around the country. Statues of the explorer were taken down in Boston, Chicago, and many other cities. In the Rhode Island capital of Providence, a statue of Christopher Columbus was also removed in June 2020. The removal came after protesters covered it with red paint and a sign reading, "Stop Celebrating Genocide." The statue was placed in storage and then purchased for about $50,000 by former Providence Mayor Joseph Paolino. After 3 years out of the public eye, the statue will return to a park in the city of Johnston, about 14 kilometers west of the capital. The statue will be officially uncovered on Monday. Johnston Mayor Joseph Polisena Jr. said people of his heavily Italian-American town are pleased to give the statue a new home. It's important, and not just for Italian Americans. It's American history. It's world history if you look at it from a historical perspective, he said. People should learn about him, the good and the bad. Not everyone is happy with the return of the explorer's statue. Harrison Tuttle is president of Black Lives Matter Rhode Island PAC. Tuttle said he understands the connection that many of Italian ancestry feel for Columbus, but he wished the mayor had spoken with members of the community who were offended by the decision to return the statue. My grandmother, who helped raise me, was Italian, and I grew up in a majority Italian neighborhood, he said. At the same time, there are better ways to celebrate your heritage and culture without celebrating someone who, in my opinion, is the exact opposite of what Italian culture is. Daryl Waldron, director of the Rhode Island Indian Council, is the son of a Narragansett father and a Wampanoag mother. He said he and others hoped that the statue would have been sold off and kept out of public view, with money going toward a new statue. I'm Katie Weaver.
China plans to increase the size of its space station in the coming years. The station will offer astronauts from other countries a different choice for near-Earth missions. The International Space Station, ISS, led by NASA, is nearing the end of its service life. The China Academy of Space Technology, CAST, said the operational lifetime of the Chinese space station will be more than 15 years. The organization is China's main space contractor. Chinese officials made the estimate recently at the 74th International Astronautical Congress in Baku, Azerbaijan. The new operational lifetime would be more than the 10 years announced earlier. China's space station, known as Tiangong, or the Celestial Palace in Chinese, has been operational since late 2022. It holds up to 3 astronauts and orbits 450 kilometers above Earth. After an increase from 3 to 6 modules, Tiangong will be about 180 metric tons. Tiangong is 40% of the mass of the ISS, which can hold a crew of 7 astronauts. But the ISS, in orbit for more than 20 years, is expected to stop service after 2030. China has said it expects to become a major space power. Chinese state media said last year, as Tiangong became fully operational, that China would be no slouch as the ISS headed toward retirement. State media added that several countries had asked to send their astronauts to the Chinese station. But the European Space Agency, ESA, said this year it did not have the financial or political approval to take part in Tiangong. The announcement suspended a plan that had been developed over years for a visit by European astronauts. The Global Times, a newspaper linked to the Chinese Communist Party, wrote at the time, "Giving up cooperation with China in the manned space domain is clearly short-sighted," which reveals that the U.S.-led camp confrontation has led to a new space race. Tiangong has become a symbol of China's growing influence and belief in its space missions. U.S. law bans China from any work, direct or indirect, with NASA. Russia is highly involved in the ISS and has similar space diplomacy plans. Russia suggested that its partners in the BRICS group, Brazil, India, China, and South Africa, could build a module for its new space station. I'm Mario Ritter, Jr.
The American Space Agency, NASA, is preparing to launch a spacecraft designed to observe an asteroid made mostly of metal. The launch of the vehicle, called Psyche, is set for October 12th from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The spacecraft will fly to an asteroid also called Psyche. It orbits the Sun between Mars and Jupiter. NASA says the asteroid was discovered by an Italian astronomer in 1852. Since it was the 16th asteroid discovered, it is sometimes also called 16 Psyche. Psyche will be NASA's first trip or mission to an asteroid that contains a large amount of metal. Past missions explored asteroids made mostly of rock or ice. Astronomers say the asteroid Psyche is about 280 kilometers at its widest point. They believe it may be part of a center or core of a planetesimal. This is an object thought to be the metallic remains of an early rocky planet. Scientists think Psyche is made up mostly of iron and nickel, similar to Earth's center. NASA believes the asteroid could have separated during violent crashes that happened during our solar system's early creation. Scientists think data collected on the asteroid could provide new details about how rocky planets, including Earth, formed. But NASA says the object could also turn out to be something else, such as a different kind of iron-rich body that formed from metal-rich material somewhere in the solar system. The space agency expects Psyche to travel about 3.6 billion kilometers over 6 years to reach the asteroid. If the spacecraft reaches its target as planned in August 2029, it will then start orbiting the object for at least 2 years. Once in orbit, the mission team will examine data gathered by several science instruments aboard the spacecraft. Psyche will take pictures, map the asteroid's surface, and collect data on what materials are contained in the object. NASA says once Psyche separates from its launch vehicle, it will use a different kind of propulsion system never tried in missions beyond the Moon. The system to be used is called solar electric propulsion. Large solar panels will be extended outward from the main part of the spacecraft to collect light from the sun. The panels then change or convert this sunlight into electricity that powers the spacecraft's thrusters. Psyche will depend on solar electric propulsion to reach its target. NASA describes the thrust as gentle but strong enough to push the spacecraft through its long trip. The spacecraft is also set to get a gravitational push when it passes by Mars in May 2026. NASA said experiments have shown that solar electric propulsion can be highly effective. Scientists estimate Psyche's thrusters could operate nearly non-stop for years without running out of fuel. In addition, NASA says Psyche will be carrying nearly 1,000 kilograms of propellant, xenon gas, in its tanks. Xenon is also used in automobile headlights and some televisions. Agency engineers have estimated the mission would need to burn through about 15 times that amount of propellant if the Psyche spacecraft used traditional chemical thrusters. Lindy Elkins-Tanton with Arizona State University is the lead investigator for the mission. She said NASA had always planned on having Psyche use an electric propulsion system. Without it, we wouldn't have the Psyche mission, Elkins-Tanton said. NASA says the Psyche mission also includes a technology demonstration involving a laser-based data communications system. This experiment is designed to test the ability of lasers to transmit data at increased rates beyond the moon. The technology to be tested in the demonstration is known as optical communications. It is meant to one day replace the radio communication systems long used by NASA to transmit data between Earth and space. NASA says a laser-based communication method will permit the agency to send and receive data faster and more effectively. I'm Brian Lynn.
Brian Lynn joins me now to talk more about his science report. Thanks for being here, Brian.
Of course, Dan. Glad to be here.
In this week's report, you previewed an upcoming NASA mission that will send a spacecraft to study a metal asteroid. This is one of several NASA projects involving asteroids, right?
Yes. In fact, just a few weeks ago, we reported on a NASA mission that returned the first samples collected from a distant asteroid in 2020. They were dropped in the Utah desert by the OSIRIS-REx spacecraft, and about 1 year ago, the DART spacecraft crashed into an asteroid in a planetary defense experiment. And another one, the agency's Lucy spacecraft, launched about 2 years ago. It aims to observe 8 different asteroids over a 12-year period.
Why do you think NASA is so interested in studying asteroids right now?
Well, it does certainly seem like NASA has been putting more resources into asteroid exploration. In the case of the DART mission, space officials said it was clearly a test of whether a spacecraft could change the path of an asteroid that might threaten Earth. And that experiment showed a spacecraft can do this, and NASA plans similar tests in the future.
Thanks again for answering my questions, Brian.
Sure, Dan. Thank you.
My name is Anna Mateo.
And my name is Jill Robbins.
And I'm Andrew Smith.
You're listening to the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. Welcome to the part of the show where we help you do more with our series, Let's Learn English. This series shows Anna Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C.
In Lesson 18, Anna tries something new at work, reading the news. Her boss, Miss Weaver, is coaching her on how a professional journalist should read. She wants Anna to give the facts without showing any emotion.
But we all know Anna. It's hard for her to do that because she becomes so excited about each story she reads. Let's hear some of the lesson.
Hello from Washington, D.C. Today at work, I am reading the news for the first time. I am really nervous, but my boss, Ms. Weaver, is here to help me.
Now, Anna, remember, when we read the news, we are always reading facts. We never show our feelings.
Sure thing, Ms. Weaver.
Great. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Let's try the first story.
Hello, and welcome to The News. A new book is very popular with children and families. This is it. It is about a lost duckling. The duck's mother cannot find him.
Stop. Anna, when you say the words duck And duckling, you look really sad.
I do?
Yes. Sad is a feeling.
Sad is not a fact. Sorry. Let me try again.
I see. Ms. Weaver is trying to teach Anna to read objectively. That means to tell the facts without adding your own feelings. Anna shows her feelings both in her face and in her voice.
Andrew, you know, our listeners might think the opposite of the adjective objective is subjective. In some cases, that's true. But there's another word we use when we talk about reporting news. When someone presents the news in a way that makes it seem worse or more shocking than it really is, we call it sensationalist.
Subjective means we show our personal feelings or opinions about something. When we do that with the news and make everything seem terrible, you would call it sensationalist. Now I see why Ms. Weaver wants Anna to read the news objectively.
Yes, we've all seen what happens when the news is sensationalized. People get worried. So Anna gives it another try. Let's listen and see if she can do it better the next time.
Okay, she's trying again. And go.
Hello and welcome to The News. A new book is very popular with children and families. This is it. It is about a lost duckling. The duck's mother cannot find him, but a family gives him a home.
Stop, Anna. You are doing it again.
This story is very sad.
Well, that didn't go so well. Did you notice that Anna changed the way she said one word, him? The second time she read it? Listen to that again.
The duck's mother cannot find him.
I think that's because she's feeling so strongly about the story. But we hear a shorter form of pronouns quite often in American English.
One example of shorter forms is that phrase we use to encourage someone trying something new. Go get 'em. Here, M is a short form of them. But we never shorten me, it, or us because those words are already short.
If I was in the studio with Anna, I'd tell her, go get 'em, when she tries reading the news again. Maybe she can get it right the third time. Let's find out if Miss Weaver gives her another chance on a different story.
I have an idea. Let's read the second story. She's reading the second story. And go.
Okay, let's try the first story.
She's reading the second story.
Hello and welcome to The News. In Indiana, a grandmother is the first 80-year-old woman to win the Race Car 500. That is awesome.
Stop. Stop. Anna, please. No feelings.
Right. But it is awesome that an 80-year-old grandmother wins a car race.
Just the facts, Anna.
Right. Hello and welcome to The News. In Indiana, a grandmother is the first 80-year-old woman to win the Race Car 500. She rarely talks to reporters, but when she does, she often says, "Nothing can stop me now." I am very happy for her.
Stop, stop, stop. Anna, you cannot say you are happy.
But I am happy.
But you can't say it.
Why?
This is the news. Happy and sad are feelings. You can't have them in the news.
Okay, I got it.
There's another useful expression. Anna says, I got it, to show she understands Ms. Weaver. It's a little informal, and it's a shorter form of I have got it.
If you listen to the rest of the story, you'll find that she finally does understand what Miss Weaver's trying to teach her. And her boss uses the same expression, too.
What can I do, Ms. Weaver? Take out my feelings and put them here on the news desk?
Yes! Yes! That's right! Now you've got it!
Once again, I'm Andrew Smith, and you're listening to the Lesson of the Day on the Learning English podcast. To review, we've learned some short forms for pronouns like im or em.
Can you think of any others, Andrew?
There are situations when I don't know someone's gender. That is, I don't know if they are male or female. So I say something like, I'll give it to him. I think there's just enough time for a little chant with our reduced pronoun forms. Are you ready, Jill?
Let's give it to him. Listeners, try to repeat after we say the lines.
Can you find him?
I can't find him.
Can you see her?
I can't see her.
Did you tell them?
I didn't tell him.
Did you get it?
I got it.
Well, that's all for the lesson of the day today. You can learn more on our website, learningenglish.voanews.com. You can also find us on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. And thanks for listening to the Learning English podcast. I'm Andrew Smith.
And I'm Jill Robbins.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
And this is VOA1, The Hits.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, I report on a Ghanaian student who biked across Africa to get to school in Egypt. John Russell has a story on Southeast Asian nations considering sharing energy supplies. Gina Bennett has today's health and lifestyle report on why U.S. officials voted against approving an ALS treatment. Later, Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins present the English lesson of the day. But first, Mamadou Safeo Berry lives in the West African nation of Guinea. He wanted to study Islamic theology at a top school in Cairo, Egypt. Without money to pay for transport, Berry drew a map of Africa and headed out on a used bicycle for the trip across the continent. Carrying only a change of clothes, a flashlight, and a small tool, the 25-year-old rode through jungles, deserts, and conflict areas in the hope of getting accepted to the school and finding a way to pay for it. 4 months and 7 countries later, he is in Cairo with a full scholarship to Al-Azhar University. That is one of the world's oldest and most respected Sunni Muslim learning centers. If you have a dream, stay with it and be strong, Barry said. God will help you. Thousands of West Africans, like Barry, take risky journeys across the Sahara Desert each year, searching for a better life. But many never make it. Nearly 500 people died or disappeared on West African migration routes last year, data from the International Organization for Migration shows. Barry decided the risk was worth the reward. I had to fight, Barry said last August in Chad. Barry rode about 100 kilometers each day. He rode through Mali, Burkina Faso, Togo, Benin, and Niger. He had to stop in N'Djamena, the Chadian capital, because of the ongoing conflict in Sudan. He said he had already been detained 3 times, twice in Burkina Faso and once in Togo. There, security forces held him for 9 days without charge before releasing him for $56. That was all of his money for the rest of the trip, he said. I often slept in the bush because I was afraid of people in the cities, Barry said. I thought they would take my bike and hurt me. Barry's luck changed again in Chad. There, a local philanthropist, who had read about his trip online, offered to fly him directly to Egypt and avoid the fighting in Sudan. Barry arrived in Cairo on September 5th, and days later received a full scholarship to Al-Azhar. He intends to return to Guinea when his studies are complete, to spread the faith that has taken him so far. When I return to my country, I would like to be someone who teaches Islam and tells people how to do good things, he said.
Southeast Asian nations are increasingly looking to share power as a result of concerns about climate change. Malaysia and Indonesia signed a deal in Bali, Indonesia, in August to study 18 possible areas where cross-border power lines can be set up. Those links could eventually create power equal to what 33 nuclear power plants would produce in a year. The links are economically and technically possible, and now are supported by regional governments, said Benny Suryadi, a power expert at the ASEAN Center for Energy in Jakarta, Indonesia. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, is a political and economic group of 10 countries across a large area. The group includes small countries such as Brunei and Singapore, as well as larger ones such as Indonesia and Vietnam. Cross-border power purchases